ayusin natin yun. Dali lang yun.
Hindi, yung dati pa yung reference of business. Continue with the reference of business. Hindi pa siya lang.
Sa music, ano? 2010?
2013.
Pero nag-over nung natin.
Ay, hello, hello.
Constitutional amendment.
Yun. Okay mo.
Pero the procedure, para sa but wala negative ako. Oo, wala. Sabi ko, mahirap pala. Hindi, sabay kami nag-test.
Pare, membership ha?
Pero sabi nila, ako ang gulo.
So, wala ka nang
Ano na, requirement.
mo pa yung pare.
In negative, ano say it's
Alam ka, report mo. Nagre-report na.
something we are for. Then you have to follow. Still, yung negative nito. Pero sabi ko parang negative ang factor, parang close contact, so wala.
Sessions resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolution and communications. So,
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bills and resolution on first reading, as well as messages communications.
House Bill 1570, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Minalabak, Camarines Sur, to be known as the Minalabak TESDA Training and Assessment Center, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1571, converting the Barangay Tagpu Alas San Juan Road in the Mandaon, Masbate into a national secondary road by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1572, exempting from taxes the fertilizers and pesticides used in rice, corn, and sugar production by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 1573, declaring the Palani Beach in Balud, Masbate as an ecotourism zone by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 1574, requiring all national, regional, and provincial government hospitals to establish, operate, and maintain a dialysis service facility in their respective hospitals and providing free dialysis treatment to indigent patients by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 1575, increasing the authorized campaign expenses of candidates and political parties by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 1576, providing all barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the Luponan Tagapamayapa, and barangay daycare workers, a lump sum retirement pay equivalent to 1 year honorarium by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1577, granting fixed honoraria and additional incentives and benefits to BHWs by Representatives Co. Olga Ara and Co. Ricardo.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1578, creating the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 1579, providing for the rationalization of wage levels on a national industrial basis by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 1580, creating higher level teaching positions of public school teachers by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1581, prescribing the mandatory guidelines on the establishment and operation of local universities and colleges.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, I referred it already. I referred it already. House Bill 1579 referred to the Committee on Labor and Employment. House Bill 1580 referred to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1581, prescribing the mandatory guidelines on the establishment and operation of local universities and colleges by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1582, digitizing all books necessary for public education and establishing the Philippine Online Library by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1583, providing for the inclusion of private elementary and secondary schools as beneficiaries of the Special Education Fund by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1584, converting the UP Visayas Tacloban College into an autonomous constituent university within the UP system to be known as the UP Tacloban by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1585, to strengthen the role of private basic education in the Philippines by creating for the purpose the Partnership in Private Education Board and the Partnership Fund for Private Education by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1586, requiring the establishment of dialysis clinics in all national, regional, and provincial hospitals and providing for free dialysis treatments to indigent patients by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1587, establishing the Philippine Center for Diabetes and Endocrinology by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1588, establishing the Special Local Health Fund for the improvement of healthcare services in the LGUs by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1589, mandating the appointment of BHWs in barangays by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1590, providing for a comprehensive nursing law by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1591, expanding the scope of medical practice through providing guidelines for telemedicine services by Representatives Romualdez Yadamarie and Asidre.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1592, amending Article 174 of the Family Code and Article 364 of the Civil Code of the Philippines by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie and Isidre.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1593, recognizing the civil effects of church annulment, declaration of nullity, and dissolution of marriages by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie and Isidre.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 1594, providing for an early optional retirement for disabled persons working in government by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie and Isidre.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 1595, providing for a Magna Carta of Barangays by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie and Isidre.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1596, creating the National Council for Faith-Based and Community Partnerships by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie and Isidre.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 1597, creating 4 additional branches of the RTC in the province of Leyte to be stationed at the city of Tacloban by Representatives Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1598, providing for stricter enforcement in the construction, installation, and maintenance of public safety signages by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1599, regulating and standardizing parking fees of malls, hotels, restaurants, schools, hospitals, commercial buildings, and other similar establishments that offer paid parking spaces by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill numbers 1600 to 1610, converting certain roads in Cagayan de Oro City into national roads by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1611, reclassifying as agricultural land a parcel of land of the public domain situated at Lourdes, Alubihid, Misamis Oriental to be utilized as the site of the Science and Technology Park of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1612, rectifying the composition and technical descriptions of barangays Calao, Cabaritan, and Kibel in Dumalneg, Ilocos Norte, and their adjoining LGUs by Representative Marcos.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1613, creating the Metro Bataan Development Authority by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1614, instituting reforms in the National Health Insurance Program by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1615, providing for the manner and date of election of sectoral representatives to the local sanggunians by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1616, institutionalizing a Philippine self-reliant defense posture program and promoting the development of a national defense industry by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 1617 is limestablishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Limay, Bataan, creating for this purpose the Special Defense Economic Zone Authority by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1618, imposing sales tax in lieu of VAT by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 1619, expanding the purposes and application of the Special Education Fund by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1620, to rationalize the collection of the tax on businesses by Representative Garcia Albert.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1621, instituting a national land use and management policy by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Special Committee on Land Use.
House Bill 1622, transferring the control and supervision of the provincial and sub-provincial jails to the BJMP by Representative Garcia Albert.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1623, creating a district engineering office of the DPWH in the Island Garden city of Samal by Representative Duhali.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1624, reclassifying the Island Garden city of Samal, Davao del Norte from a 4th class to a 1st class city by Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1625, reclassifying the municipality of Borolyo y Duhali, Davao del Norte from a 4th class into a 1st class municipality by Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1626, establishing a 25-bed capacity hospital in Casig-Ang, Santo Tomas, Davao del Norte to be known as the Santo Tomas Municipal Hospital by Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1627, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Island Garden city of Samal and Panabo, Davao del Norte, respectively, by Representative Duhali.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1628, declaring March 7 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the island garden city of Samal, Davao del Norte, in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Duhadi.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1629, converting the Hospital ng Palawan located in the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan into a multi-specialty medical complex to be known as the Western Philippines Multi-Specialty Medical Complex by Representative Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1630, amending the act banning the registration and operation of vehicles with right-hand steering wheels in any private or public street, road, or highway by Representative Alvarez Jose.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1631, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 1632, granting benefits to non-regular employees of the government by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1633, providing financial literacy and entrepreneurship programs for workers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1634, establishing a grant program to enhance financial and retirement literacy for midlife and older Filipinos by Representative Vargas.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1635, establishing a job training program for mature or older workers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1636, granting employees 3 days paid leave to attend school-related activities of their children by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1637, providing for a national framework for interns' rights and welfare by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1638, enabling the people's constitutional right of access to information by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 1639, providing for the Magna Carta of the out-of-school youth by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1640, lowering the optional retirement age of public school teachers from 60 years old to 55 years old by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1641, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as PUVs by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1642, establishing the OFW's hospital by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1643, providing support for the surviving spouse and children of slain justices and judges by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1644, an act lowering the optional retirement age of government workers from 60 years to 55 years by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1645, providing for the regulation of tricycles by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1646, establishing an elementary school in Don Justo Abalos, Umingan, Pangasinan, to be known as Don Justo Abalos Elementary School by Representative Primicias Agabas.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1647, instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 1648, establishing a maternal and infant health home visitation program by Representative Primicias Agabas.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 1649, declaring August 12 of every year as National Youth Day by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1650, requiring the planting of trees for any construction of residential, commercial, industrial, and public buildings by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 1651, preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1652, mandating the national government to allocate funds for potable water access and the construction of water systems in all barangays by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1653, establishing a national high school in San Vicente, Umingan, Pangasinan, to be known as San Vicente National High School by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1654, expanding the coverage of the exemption from the payment of travel tax and providing travel tax discount to senior citizens and PWDs by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1655, providing for a revised flag and heraldic code of the Philippines by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1656, to further develop capability and establish expeditious transformation of the DND and its bureaus by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 1657, providing for parent support by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 1658, penalizing any person providing or possessing contraband and those who shall aid or abet the introduction of the same inside any prison facility administered by the DOJ by Representative Romulo.
Committee on Justice.
Dito. Wala.
House Bill 1659, amending the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 1660, creating the Department of Technical Education and Skills Development by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1661, strengthening the CHED by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1662, enhancing the continuing professional development of Filipino professionals as an integral component of the career progression and specialization programs by Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1663, declaring Chinese New Year's Day a special non-working public holiday in the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Commission on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1664, providing for early voting by qualified senior citizens and PWDs in national and local elections by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1665, establishing an enterprise-based education and training program by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 1666, providing for the expeditious resolution of electoral protests by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1667, requiring LGUs to earmark at least 15% of their national tax allotment share for health services by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1668, regulating the operation of motorcycles for hire by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1669, regulating the use of bicycle as an alternative mode of transportation by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1670, declaring April 7 every year as BHW's Day. Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1671, establishing the Government Vaccine Indemnification Program by Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1672, providing social security and non-monetary benefits to all barangay officials, workers, and volunteers by Representative Resco.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1673, expanding the use of Legal Assistance Fund by Representative Resco.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers and Affairs.
House Bill 1674, ensuring the rights, welfare, and safety of the workers in the IT BPO industry in the Philippines by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1675, providing for security of tenure for all job order and contract of service workers of the government who have rendered the prescribed years of service in the NGAs and the LGUs by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1676, providing for the organization of cooperatives for fry gatherers, small-scale fishermen, and fisher farmers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Cooperative Development.
House Bill 1677, establishing job replacement offices in public high schools to provide career services to the youth by Representative Vargas.
The Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1678, providing for a wage employment assistance program for displaced and or vulnerable workers, institutionalizing for the purpose the Tulong Paghanap Buhay sa Ating Disadvantaged Displaced Workers Program of DOLE by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
Amending House Bill number 1679, amending Section 2 of the Paternity Leave Act of 1996 by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1680, providing for a revised national apprenticeship program by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1681, instituting the former prisoners employment program by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1682, upgrading the basic salary of government medical doctors from salary grade 21 to salary grade 23 by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1683, converting Mexico Pampanga into a component city to be known as the City of Mexico by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1684, institutionalizing a digitized education system in public schools from grades K to 12 to be implemented by the DepEd by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1685, establishing the Bacolor Reconstruction Program for the protection, rebuilding, and recovery of the Bacolor, Pampanga by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1686, establishing a service road linking eastern and western sides of the NLEX in Pampanga by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill numbers 1687 and 1688, converting roads in certain areas of Pampanga into national roads by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1689, providing for the creation of the Central Luzon River Control System Commission covering the provinces of Bataan, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Pampanga, Tarlac, and Zambales by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1690, revitalizing the Basis Conversion Development Program by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Special Committee on Bases Conversion,
House Bill number 1691, prohibiting the construction of malls, sports centers, convention centers, and exhibition centers within a 3-kilometer radius from the exit and entrance of an expressway to prevent traffic congestion therein by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1692, reinstating mandatory ROTC for all students in all private and public universities, colleges, tech box schools, and other similar learning institutions by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 1693, mandating the integration of the National Building Code of the Philippines as a major subject in the curriculum of the Bachelor of Science degree programs in Civil Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, Sanitary Engineering, Electronic Engineering, and Architecture, and its inclusion as a topic in the licensure examinations for these professions by Representative Gonzales Aurelio Dong.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 1694, providing support for the surviving spouse and children of slain justices and judges by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1695, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps by Representative Reyes.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 1696, postponing the December 2022 synchronized barangay and SK elections by Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 1697, amending the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 1698, providing a lump sum financial assistance to OFWs in distress by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill number 1699, defining and penalizing the crime of criminal neglect of a vulnerable elderly person or a PWD by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 1700, instituting the Farmers and Fisherfolk Assistance Fund and providing penalties for its illegal use by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food, and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill number 1701, providing for tax relief in times of calamity by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Bill number 1702, increasing the discount rate and exempting from the VAT the monthly electric and water consumption granted to senior citizens by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill number 1703, institutionalizing scholarship programs to public school teachers and their children by Representatives Swansing and Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 1704, increasing the monthly social pension of senior citizens and expanding its coverage by Representatives Swansing Horacio and Swansing Micaela Angela.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill numbers 1705 and 1706, creating certain barangays in Sultan Kudarat by Representative Swansing Horacio.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 1707, establishing an on-site in-city, near-city, or off-city local government resettlement program for informal sector families in accordance with the People's Plan and mandating the implementing LGU jointly with the DHSUD to provide other basic services and livelihood components in favor of the LGU by Representative Ginto.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill number 1708, establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal sector families. by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 1709, defining declaring vote buying as a heinous crime, by Representative Goles.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 1710, providing for the trademark for the establishment and operation of virology laboratories in the Philippines, creating for the purpose the Virology, Science and Technology Institute of the Philippines, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill number 1711, establishing the rental housing subsidy program, by Representative Goles.
Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 1712, amending certain sections of the Philippine Nursing Act of 2002, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 1713, providing for a free annual medical checkup for all Filipinos, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1714, establishing mandatory evacuation centers in all cities, provinces, and municipalities, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill number 1715, creating the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, by Representative Goles.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1716, converting the Bay District Hospital in Bay, Laguna into a general hospital to be known as the Laguna Regional Hospital, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1717, creating 6 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Los Baños and in Cabuyao, Laguna, and creating 1 additional branch of MTC in cities to be stationed in Cabuyao, Laguna, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1718, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Cabuyao, Laguna, to be known as the Cabuyao City TESDA Training and Assessment Center, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1719, providing for a free annual medical checkup for Filipinos, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1720, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, creating regional geriatric specialty centers in the DOH-retained hospitals, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1721, establishing the Philippine Virology, Science and Technology Institute, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 1722, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals, increasing for the purpose the PhilHealth package rate for members, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1723, expanding the application of government assistance to students, teachers, and schools in the private basic education, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1724, mandating the compulsory teaching of ethics subjects in Philippine tertiary education, by Representative Mariano
To
Hernandez.
the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1725, amending the Magna Carta for Public Health Workers, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1726, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1727, making the possession of tourism officer mandatory in municipal, city, and provincial levels, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1728, providing for the mandatory appointment of a nutritional officer in all provinces, cities, and municipalities in the country, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1729, creating a mandatory position for a human resource management officer in LGUs, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1730, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security, by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
The Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Special Committee on Food Security.
House Bill 1731, separating the Adang Elementary School, Ambatutong Extension in Bunot, Paracelis Mountain Province from the Adang Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as Ambatutong Elementary School, by Representative Dalog.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1732, providing for the Magna Carta of BHWs, by Representative Dalog.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1733, establishing apex hospitals in every region of the country, by Representative Dalog.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1734, mandating and institutionalizing rollover data allocation scheme and providing for penalties, by Representative Arenas.
The Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 1735, declaring July 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in Bambang, Nueva Vizcaya, in commemoration of its founding anniversary to be known as Bambang Day by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1736, converting Solano, Nueva Vizcaya into a component city to be known as the City of Solano by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1737, providing retirement benefit to barangay officials, barangay tanods, members of the Lupon ng Tagapamayapa, BHWs, and barangay daycare workers by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1738, providing for the establishment of the TESDA Training and Accreditation Center in Bayambong, Nueva Vizcaya by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1739, converting the Bayambong, Ambagyo, Asipulo, Tinok, Cagayan Valley Road to a secondary national road by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1740, providing benefits and incentives to all barangay tanods who have rendered at least 1 year of service in the barangay by Representative Cuaresma.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1741, mandating the establishment of regional recycling centers in the Philippines by Representative Cuaresma.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1742, establishing a task force to recommend a uniform strategy to protect women against violent crime by Representative Cuaresma.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill numbers 1743, 1744, establishing Level 2 hospitals in the municipalities of Paluan and Looc, Province of Occidental Mindoro by Representative Tariela.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 1745, 1746, 1747, establishing tertiary hospitals in the municipalities of San Jose, Santa Cruz, and Sablayan, Occidental Mindoro by Representative Tariela.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1748, providing for a mandatory immunization program by Representatives Bascug and Plaza.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1749, creating the Department of Disaster Management by Representative Bolilia.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House
The Committee
Bill
on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 1750, strengthening the employment rights of members of Citizen Armed Forces or the Reserve Force of the AFP by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 1751, declaring the Islas de Gigantes located in Carles, Iloilo an ecotourism zone by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill number 1752, declaring the Tambalisa Island located in Concepcion, Iloilo an ecotourism zone by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1753, prohibiting the access of unqualified individuals to alcohol or alcoholic beverages by Representatives Yap Eric and Duterte.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 1754, providing for the monthly subsidy of indigent persons with disability by Representatives Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, and Soriano.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disability.
House Bill 1755, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP and the PNP on any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident related to the performance of official duty by Representatives Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1756, establishing a TESDA district office in the city of Davao by Representative Duterte.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1757, providing for the sustainable management of heritage trees by Representative Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1758, instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers by Representatives Duterte and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Overseas and Workers Affairs.
House Bill 1759, creating 4 additional branches of the RTC to be stationed in Ormoc, Leyte, and 4 additional branches in the MTC in cities to be stationed in Ormoc, Leyte, 8th Judicial Region by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1760, instituting policies for the protection and promotion of the welfare of workers or independent contractors in the film, television, and radio entertainment industry by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1761, amending sections 443, 454, and 463 of the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Balonte.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1762, to develop and strengthen the agricultural education and training in the country through the institutionalization of manpower development for agricultural entrepreneurship in the post-secondary level by Representative Alonte.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1763, amending certain provisions of the Universal Health Care Act by Representative Alonte.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1764, granting Filipino citizenship to Kyle Jennerman.
Committee on Justice.
Alonte. House Bill 1765, establishing a hospital in state colleges and universities offering medical degrees nationwide by Representative Alonte.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1766, amending Section 26 of the Philippine Sports Commission Act by Representative Alonte.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1767, amending Sections 15 and 16 of the National Prosecution Service Act of 2010 by Representative Alonte.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1768, establishing satellite specialty hospitals to facilitate access to specialized medical care in the identified regions of the Philippines by Representative Alonte.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1769, decriminalizing label by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1770, the Education Support Personnel Act by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1771, providing for limitation of loan interest rates, itemization of loan contracts by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1772, establishing a system for e-book publishing, empowerment, and development act by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1773, granting teachers incentives, percentage discount on certain goods and services, and other benefits to public and private school teachers by Representative Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1774, the Official Communication Act by Representative Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1775, expanding the involuntary separation benefit by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1776, strengthening the COMELEC by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1777, amending Section 4 of the Act to promote a financial viability and fiscal discipline in GOCCs and to strengthen the role of the state in its governance and management by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1778, the revised charter of the GSIS by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1779, increasing the recruitment quota requirement of female PNP officers by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 1780, providing for Magna Carta for BHWs by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1781, providing for Magna Carta for barangay officials, personnel, and volunteer workers by Representative Pimentel.
Local Government.
House Bill 1782, institutionalizing the Philippine Navy Forward Operating Bases by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 1783, setting aside at least 6% of the gross domestic product for the DepEd, SUCS, TESDA, and other agencies and instrumentalities with mandates directly related to education, thereby mandating the highest budgetary priority to education by Representatives Castro Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Education, Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 1790, making automated teller machines accessible to visually impaired individuals by Representatives.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1784, establishing the Philippine e-health system and services in support of universal health care by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1785, providing for the free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1786, establishing a hospital in state colleges and universities offering medical degrees nationwide by Representatives Villaferte, Luis L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1787, reorganizing and converting the Insurance Commission into a collegial body by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill number 1788, providing for the Rural Employment Assistance Program by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Rural Development.
House Bill number 1789, requiring institutions of higher education to disclose participation in program support expenditures in college athletic programs by Representatives Villaferte, Luis L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 1790, making automated teller machines accessible to visually impaired individuals by Representatives Villaferte, Luis L. Rey, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Oribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Banks and financial intermediaries.
House Bill number 1791, requiring hospitals to establish and implement security procedures to reduce the possibility of infant patient abduction and baby switching, by Representatives Villaferte Luis L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1792, establishing a Bayanihan Home Building Program for low-income groups through graduated amortization payment scheme, by Representatives Villaferte Luis L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 1790, creating the Sustainable Bicol River Development Authority, by Representatives Villaferte Luis L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 1794, mandating the continuity of educational curriculum for a period of at least 6 years and ensuring the stability of the consequent textbooks and related materials through an annual review. By Representatives Villaferte Luis L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1795, to protect, to promote, and support breastfeeding practices through proper infant and young child feeding by regulating the trade, marketing, and promotions of breast milk substitutes and food products for infants and young children, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1796, an act establishing a national program for the coffee industry, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1797, increasing the total indemnity claim for death or serious physical injury to any passenger or third party without the necessity of proving fault or of negligence. Representatives Villaferte Luis L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 1798, amending the Act providing for the establishment of provincial, city, and municipal libraries and barangay reading centers throughout the Philippines, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1799, creating the National Local Roads Development Bureau, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 1800, providing for the retention and utilization of the income derived by National Museum, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1801, promoting cost-effective measures for the transport sector and commuting public, providing for the creation of National Transportation Safety Board, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 1802, providing for incentives to the manufacturing of organic fertilizers, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1803, providing a fuel subsidy for municipal fisher folks, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 1804, institutionalizing the Philippine Abaca Industry Development Program, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1805, providing for the stricter enforcement in the construction, installation, and maintenance of public safety signages, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 1806, creating the Solar Energy Development Center, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 1807, establishing national teacher academies in order to encourage and facilitate entry into the teaching profession, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 1808, mandating banking institutions to strengthen the financing system for agricultural, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 1809, institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance in the digital age, by Representative Asistio.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 1810, increasing the excise tax on premixed alcoholic beverages, by Representative Salceda.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 1811, imposing excise tax on plastic bags by Representative Salceda.
Committee on Ways and Means.
Resolutions. House Resolution number 28, directing the Committee on Energy to inquire on the 3,200 megawatts energy deficiency anchored on the depletion of the Malampaya Deepwater Gas Condensate Reservoir by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 29, directing the Committee on Energy to conduct a hearing on the necessity of granting subsidized price of LPG to urban poor households and on the propriety of directing the DOE to encourage the revival of the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Institute of the Philippines to police the ranks of the LPG dealers by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 30, directing the Committee on Energy to inquire to the legal personality of the independent electricity market operator of the Philippines to operate in the wholesale electricity spot market by Representatives House Committee on Energy to inquire the long-standing power crisis in Occidental Mindoro by Representative Tariela.
The Committee on Rules.
House Joint Resolution number 4, providing for supplemental budget of 32 billion pesos to be released to the DepEd, DOST, and selected SOCs, and directing them to exclusively use the amount as the maintenance and other operating expenses of the public schools under their jurisdiction to enable them to sufficiently prepare for the resumption of full face-to-face classes by Representatives Castro, France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Joint Resolution number 5, mandating the immediate suspension of the increase in the PhilHealth premium rate and amid the COVID-19 pandemic and economic crisis by Representatives Castro, France, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Health.
House Joint Resolution number 6, adopting Build More as a national infrastructure development framework, setting a minimum annual infrastructure spending target by Representative Salceda.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Messages from the President. Veto message dated July 22, 2022 of President Marcos on the enrolled Senate Bill 2490 and House Bill 9088, strengthening the office of the Government Corporates Council.
The Committee on Rules.
Veto message dated July 22 of President Marcos on the enrolled House Bill 10554, expanding the franchise area of Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated.
Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated July 26, 2022, informing the House that on July 25, 2022, the Senate adopted House Concurrent Resolution number 1.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Reports dated June 8, 27, 28, and 29, 2022 of the House Secretary General on enrolled bills of consolidated versions of House Bill number 9007 and Senate Bill 2239, consolidated version of House Bill 1017 and Senate Bill 2455, consolidated version of House Bill 9030 and Senate Bill 1077, consolidated version of the House Bill 9030 and Senate Bill 107, consolidated version of House Bill 9652 and Senate Bill 2520, House Bill number 7575, 7775, 7972, 7973, 8190, 8191, 8192, 8193, 8194, 8197, 8226, 8254, 8888, 8890, 9302, 9779, 9852, 9917, 10013, 10014, 10179, 10180, 10242, 10247, 10248, 10254, 10256, 10297, 10324, 10376, 10451, 10463, 10554, 10648, 9537, 9814, 9816, 9934, 9942, 10464, 4599, 8912, 9215, 9328, 9817, 9818, 9819, 9820, 10060, 10295, 10306, 10444, which were transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature.
To the Archives.
Reports dated June 21 and 27, 2022 of the House Secretary General on copies of the consolidated version of Senate Bill 2425 and House Bill 10696, consolidated version of Senate Bill 2494 and House Bill 6134, Senate Bill 2485 and House Bill 10308, Senate Bill 2485 and House Bill 10308, Senate Bill 2490 and House Bill 9088, Senate Bill 2522 and House Bill 6522, Senate Bill 2399 and House Bill 8559, and Senate Bill 2450 and House Bill 9175, which were returned to the Senate and to be transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature.
To the archives.
Letters dated June 16, 21, 24, 28, and July 15, 2022 of the Executive Secretary Office of the President transmitting two original copies each of RA numbers 11804, 11805, 11840, 11844, 11845, 11846, 11847, 11848, 11849, 11850, 11851, 11852, 11853, 11854, 11855, 11856, 11857, 11858, 11859, 11776, 11777, 11778, 11779, 11780, 11781, 11782, 11783, 11784, 11785, 11786, 11802, 11803, 11806, 11807, 11808, 11809, 11810, 11811, 11812, 11813, 11814, 11815, 11816, 11817, 11818, 11819, 11820, 11821, 11822, 11823, 11860, 11861, 11773, 11774, 11775, 11787, 11788, 11789, 11790, 11791, 11792, 11793, 11794, 11795, 11796, 11797, 11798, 11799, 11800, 11801, 11824, 11835, 11836, 11837, 11838, 11839, and 11893, which lapsed into law.
To the archives.
Letters dated June 2024, 29, and 30, 2022 of the Executive Secretary Office of the President transmitting two original copies each of RA numbers 11841, 11842, 11843, 11862, 11892, 11863, 11864, 11865, 11866, 11867, 11868, 11869, 11870, 11871, 11872, 11873, 11874, 11875, 11876, 11877, 11878, 11879, 11880, 11881, 11882, 11883, 11884, 11885, 11886, 11887, 11888, 11889, 11890, and 11891, which were signed by President Duterte.
To the archives.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading.
Please proceed,
Additional-
Secretary.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading. House Bill 1812, amending the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1813, defining and penalizing the crime of criminal neglect of a vulnerable elderly person or a person with disability by Representative Villa.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1814, providing for a coastal tourism planning development program by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1815, establishing welfare homes for destitute persons by Representative Villa.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 1816, providing incentives to all barangay officials, including barangay tanods and members of the Lupong, Tagapamayapa, and barangay employees by Representative Villa.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1817, institutionalizing the income classification of provinces, cities, and municipalities by Representative Villa, and control over provincial jails from the provincial government to the BJMP by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1823, renaming the LTO Dapa District Office into the Siargao District Office, converting it into a Class C LTO District Office by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1824, rationalizing the land area requirement for the creation of a province by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1825, creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system of the military and uniformed personnel by Representative Matugas.
The Committee on National Defense and Security and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 1826, providing for the protection of and enhanced services to tourists by Representative Matugas.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1827, establishing the Surigao del Norte TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Dapa, Siargao Island, Surigao del Norte by Representative Matugas.
the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1828, enhancing the patient's right to medical expense transparency and preventing unexpected medical bills by Representative Reyes.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 1829, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Reyes.
the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1830, instituting the Magna Carta of Daycare Workers by Representative Reyes.
Committee on Welfare and Children,
House Bill 1831, establishing a national center for missing children by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 1832, providing for the full implementation of the use of electronic documents and signatures in government transactions by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 1833, creating Barangay Bukal in Nabunturan, Davao de Oro by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1834, establishing the Davao de Oro State College, Nabunturan campus of the Davao de Oro State College in Nabunturan, Davao de Oro by Representative Gonzaga.
the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1835, granting hazard pay to all public prosecutors in the Philippines during their incumbency by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1836, granting hazard pay to RTC judges by Representative Gonzaga.
Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1837, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Amatong.
Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1838, creating an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Amatong.
Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1839, establishing a district office of the LTO in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Amatong.
Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1840, postponing the December 2022 barangay and SK elections by Representative Salo.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 1841, providing additional benefits to barangay health and nutrition workers by Representative Palma.
Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1842, establishing the Special Economic Zone of Ormoc in Ormoc City by Representative Gomez.
Committee on Economic Affairs and Committee on Trade Industry,
House Bill 1843, creating the Metro Cagayan de Misamis Development Authority by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 1844, providing for the completion of the Cagayan de Oro Diversion Road to Languindingan Airport by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1845, institutionalizing the One Tablet, One Student program for all students enrolled in public schools and SUCs by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1846, providing for a just and humane PUV modernization program with transitory assistance and services rendered to PUV drivers, operators, and stakeholders by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee of Transportation,
House Bill 1847, regulating the use of bicycle as an alternative mode of transportation by
Committee on-
Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1848, strengthening the employment rights of members of the Citizen Armed Forces or the Reserve Force of the AFP by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Bill 1849, institutionalizing the grant of a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1850, granting 5% discount on basic and education services to underprivileged students in all levels, including those enrolled in technical vocational by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1851, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of teachers from salary grade 11 to 19 by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill 1852, exempting the underprivileged and homeless from the required payment of supersedious bond to perfect an appeal in relation to ejectment cases filed against them by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 1853, increasing the total indemnity claim for death or serious physical injury to any passenger or third party without the necessity of proving fault or negligence by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 1854, ensuring the accessibility, affordability, and reliability of Internet and telecommunications services by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology,
House Bill 1855, the Tax Reform Act for the Masses and the Middle Class by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 1856, providing for the construction of the Baloy Bypass Road in Baloy, Lanao del Norte by Representative Dimaporo Mohammed Khalid.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1857, providing for the construction of a national highway in the municipalities of Matungao, Puuno, Piagapo, Kauswagan, and Baloy, Lanao del Norte, from the Linamon, Zamboanga National Highway in Kauswagan to the Miraik National Highway in Matungao to Misamis Oriental, Maria Cristina National Highway by Representatives Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid and Dimaporo City Amina.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1858, providing for the construction of a national highway in the municipalities of Tubud and Baroy, Lanao del Norte, from the Pangil Bay Bridge Access Road to the Arsenio A. Quibranza National Highway by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1859, establishing the Digital Horizon in Public Education Roadmap by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 1860, upgrading the Lanao del Norte Provincial Hospital in Baroy, Lanao del Norte into a tertiary-level hospital to be known as the Lanao del Norte General Hospital under the direct supervision and control of the DOH by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1861, declaring the Mindanao Civic Center Complex located in Tubud, Lanao del Norte a sports tourism destination by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1862, declaring the Mighty Cave Park located in Tagoloan, Lanao del Norte as an ecotourism zone by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1863, transferring the Provincial Agrarian Reform Office of Lanao del Norte from Iligan City to Tubud, Lanao del Norte by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 1864, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in Tubud, Lanao del Norte by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1865, establishing the Tubud TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Tubud, Lanao del Norte by Representatives Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid and Dimaporo City Amina.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1866, increasing the penalties for the detention of patients and cadavers in hospitals, medical clinics, or any other similar facilities on grounds of non-payment of hospital bills or medical expenses by Representative Hataman.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1867, redistricting the current 4 legislative districts of Bukidnon into 5 legislative districts by Representative Roque.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1868, creating 1 additional branch of the MTCC to be stationed in Maloy-Balay, Bukidnon by Representative Flores.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1869, creating the Abra River Basin Development Authority by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1870, dividing Barangay Poblacion in La Paz, Abra into distinct and independent barangays to be known as Barangay North Poblacion and Barangay South Poblacion by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1871, establishing a government center for satellite offices of national government agencies in La Paz, Abra by Representative Bernos.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1872, declaring the Kaparkan Falls in Barangay Kaganayan, Tineg, Abra, an ecotourism site, establishing the Kaparkan Falls Development Council by
Committee on
Representative Bernos.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1873, creating 1 additional branch of the RTC in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in La Paz, Abra by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1874, converting the La Paz District Hospital in La Paz, Abra into a general hospital under the full authority and technical supervision of the DOH to be known as the La Paz General Hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 25 to 100 beds by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1875, establishing a Parent Effectiveness Development Service Program in every city and municipality by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 1876, providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 1877, strengthening public health emergency preparedness in the Philippines by Representative Bernos.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1878, providing for the sustainable management of forests and forest lands by Representative Bernos.
Natural Resources.
House Bill 1879, providing for the restructuring and condonation of unpaid interests, penalties, and subcharges on loans secured by farmers, fisher folks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from DAR, DA People's Credit and Finance Corporation, CDA, NFA, and the Kedan and Rural Credit Guarantee Corporation by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 1880, strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation by Representative Espares.
Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1881, declaring July 27 of every year Special National Non-Working Holiday by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1882, declaring the 7th of November of every year Special Non-Working Holiday in Cuenca, Batangas, in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Colliantes.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1883, establishing a Pag-ibig Fund Field Office in Tanawan City, Batangas by Representative Colliantes.
Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 1884, establishing a BIR Revenue District Office in Tanawan City, Batangas by Representative Colliantes.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 1885, establishing the Tanawan City TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Tanawan City, Batangas by Representative Colliantes.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1886, naming the Taal Lake Circumferential Road in the province of Batangas to Assemblyman Manuel Colliantes Road by Representative Colliantes.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1887, to institute the National Bakery Industry Policy and to create the National Bakery Regulatory Agency by Representative
To
Colliantes.
the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1888, mandating all national and local government-owned buildings to install and utilize on-grid solar energy system by
Committee on-
Representative Colliantes.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 1889, creating the Taal Lake Development Authority by Representative Colliantes.
Committee Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1890, amending Section 2 of the Centenarians Act of 2016 by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1891, granting 15 days of paid leave a year to employees whose spouse, parent, unmarried child, or when they themselves are suffering from serious illness by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1892, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, creating regional geriatric specialty centers in the Department of Health retained hospitals by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1893, institutionalizing the grant of a teaching supplies allowance for public school teachers by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1894, establishing the Institute of Infectious Diseases and Immunology and appropriating funds therefor by Representative Gomez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 1895 to 1899, converting roads in certain areas of Ifugao into national roads by Representative Siungalaw.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1900, strengthening the National Measurement Infrastructure System by Representative Yu Jazel Victoria.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 1901, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP and the PNP on any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of official duty by Representative Yu Jazel Victoria.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security and the National Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 1902, instituting the Magna Carta of Daycare Workers by Representative Yu Jazel Victoria.
Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 1903, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Yu Jazel Victoria.
Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 1904, establishing the Eastern Cordillera Regional Hospital in Mayoyaw, Ifugao by Representative Siungalaw.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 1905, separating the Ifugao State University, Putia Campus in Alfonso Lista, Ifugao from the IFSU in Lamot, Ifugao, converting it into the Eastern Cordillera State College of Agriculture, Science and Technology, integrating therewith the IFSU Lupao Campus, henceforth to be known as the CAST Lupao Campus by Representative Siungalaw.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1906, establishing the Mayoyaw Ifugao Province TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Mayoyaw, Ifugao by Representative Siungalaw.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1907, declaring Mount Kitumnan located in Barangay Tungnod in of Lagawe, Ifugao, an ecotourism destination by Representative Siungalaw.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1908, creating one additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in La Trinidad, Benguet by Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1909, creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in Rosario and San Juan, Batangas by Representative Bolilia.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1910, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, establishing the CDD Knowledge and Resource Institute by Representative Bolilia.
Committee on Poverty and Alleviation.
House Bill 1911, establishing a branch office of the Registry of Deeds of Batangas in Rosario, Batangas by Representative Bolilia.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1912, modernizing the Philippine agricultural sector by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1913, granting cost of teaching and learning continuity allowance to public school teachers by Representative De Los Santos.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1914, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians by Representative De Los Santos.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1915, mandating the NDRMC to promulgate guidelines for the rescue of livestock and working animals in the cases of calamity by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 1916, amending the Philippine Credit Card Industry Regulation Law by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1917, protecting senior citizens from violence, defining elder abuse by Representative De Los Santos.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1918, encouraging the employment of former prisoner in private sector by Representative De Los Santos.
The Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1919, providing for the comprehensive development of provinces by Representative De Los Santos.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1920, granting tax incentives to private entities who employ senior citizens as employees by Representative De Los Santos.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1921, providing internet access for agribusiness sector by Representative De Los Santos.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1922, mandating the DOH to assign at least one barangay health worker to each family, increasing their salaries and benefits by Representative De Los Santos.
Local Government.
House Bill 1923, integrating basic medical and health training and risk reduction national emergency or disaster awareness, preparedness, and response in the curriculum of schools and institutions of learning by Representative De Los Santos.
Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1924, the Magna Carta for Workers in the Media and News Sector by Representative De Los Santos.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1925, granting benefits and incentives to accredited barangay tanons by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1926, granting mental health wellness leave to all employees in the private sector by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1927, increasing the personal economic relief allowance of public school teachers by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1928, creating the schools of the future driven by information and communication technology transformed education by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1929, promoting rural financial inclusion and literacy by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Rural Development.
House Bill 1930, providing for the development and construction of potable water supply systems in every barangay all throughout the country within 3 years by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1931, increasing the monthly salary and other benefits of health workers by Representative De Los Santos.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1932 to postpone the conduct of the December 2022 barangay and SK elections by Representative Go Mark.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1933, standardizing the compensation benefits of barangay officials by Representative Go Mark.
Local Government.
House Bill 1934, granting cash incentives to winning filmmakers, film production entities, literary writers, artists, and performance in the creative sector by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 1935, further expanding the coverage of incentives granted to national athletes and coaches by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 1936, providing for a Magna Carta for workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1937, establishing a national framework for the mandatory environmental insurance coverage of the environmentally critical projects by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill number 1938, providing for the revised warehouse receipts law of the Philippines by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill number 1939, establishing satellite specialty hospitals to facilitate access to specialized medical care in identified regions of the Philippines by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Haribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1940, institutionalizing the assistance to individuals in crisis situation program by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Social Services.
House Bill number 1941, establishing a general hospital in Quezon City, Metro Manila, to be known as the Batasan General Hospital by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Health.
House Bill number 1942, establishing standard care of treatment centers for persons with hemophilia and other bleeding disorders by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1943, instituting a program for the mandatory continuing education of teachers in primary and secondary levels in both public and private schools by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1944, promoting corporate farming and providing incentives for its effective implementation by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1945, creating a dental service in every city or municipal health unit as part of the primary health care approach in the delivery of health care services by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1946, promoting the establishments of public math and science high schools in previously underserved countries by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1947, establishing a public schools in geographically isolated, disadvantaged, conflict-affected areas and access roads leading to last-mile public schools by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1948, institutionalizing the implementation of the government internship program by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 1949, to encourage good Samaritans who provide reasonable assistance in an emergency by protecting them from liability by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill number 1950, requiring the provision of infant-friendly facilities in government agencies and other establishments by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 1951, providing for the Magna Carta for young farmers by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1952, strengthening the mental health services of SUS by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 1953, establishing an online national registry of skilled workers by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1954, institutionalizing the Philippine National Games by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 1955, giving tax incentives to physicians rendering pro bono services to indigent patients by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 1956, promoting, protecting, and upholding the rights of teaching personnel by institutionalizing a revised Magna Carta for public school teachers by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1957, providing for rural employment assistance program by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Rural Development.
House Bill number 1958, providing for the effective implementation of optional teaching of religion in public elementary and secondary schools by Representatives Romualdez, Sieda Marie, and Isidre.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1959, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians by Representative Ordanes.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill number 1960, establishing Sangguniang Senior Citizens to provide a platform for senior citizens to participate in nation building and promote their welfare. Representative Ordanes.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 1961, amending certain sections of RA 11462, postponing the 2020 barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Parañon.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 1962, transferring the management, supervision, and control of the hospital ng Imos from Imos Cavite to the DOH by Representative Advincula.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1963, amending the charter of the City of Imos by Representative Advincula.
Local Government.
House Bill numbers 1964 and 1965, converting certain roads situated in Imos into a national roads.
Committee
by
on Public Works
Representative
and
Advincula.
Highways.
House Bill number 1966, mandating all toll operators of all major expressways in Mega Manila to establish and utilize a standard and unified electronic toll collection system in the form of a radio frequency identification by Representative Advincula.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 1967, mandating all Sangguniang barangays to provide health cards to their appointed barangay nutrition scholars, barangay health workers, and barangay tanos by Representative Advincula.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 1968, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Legarda.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 1969, Magna Carta for Private School Teachers by Representative Legarda.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1970, the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers by Representative Legarda.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1971, upgrading the minimum salaries of public school teachers to salary grade 15, teaching personnel in higher education to salary grade 16, and non-teaching personnel to 16,000 pesos by Representative Legarda.
The Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 1972, to enhance the protection and development of the Sierra Madre region, creating the Sierra Madre Development Authority by Representative Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe.
To the Committee Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 1973, amending the act facilitating the acquisition of right-of-way site or location for national government infrastructure projects by Representative Momo.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 1974, strengthening public-private partnerships by Representative Momo.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 1975, providing for a 30-year national infrastructure program by Representative Momo.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 1976, revitalizing the salt industry, creating a comprehensive plan for its development, providing incentives to salt farmers and exporters by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 1977, creating the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources by Representative Salo.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 1978, promoting the rights and welfare of nurses by regulating and limiting their consecutive hours of work by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1979, mandating non-accident and life insurance coverage for construction workers by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1980, providing for the free COVID-19 testing for all job seekers, workers in micro, small, and medium enterprises and informal sector workers by Representative Vargas.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1981, prohibiting employment discrimination against K-12 high school graduates by Representative Vargas.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1982, declaring one-time amnesty for unpaid social security system contributions, inclusive of fees, fines, penalties, interest, and other additions thereto by employers of household helpers by Representative Vargas.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1983, granting employees the right to disconnect from work-related electronic communications after work hours by Representative Vargas.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 1984, providing direct financial assistance to Filipino rice farmers, establishing for the purpose of a Pantawid Magsasakang Pilipino program by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill number 1985, declaring May 8th of each year as special working holiday all over the country to honor our public transportation workers by Representative Bautista Lim.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 1986, strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill number 1987, requiring the planting of trees for any construction of residential, commercial, or industrial structures, Representative Paduano.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill number 1988, lowering the optional retirement age of government workers from 60 to 56 years by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill number 1989, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 1990, creating the OFW Sovereign Fund by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 1991, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1992, mandating the TESDA to institutionalize a technical vocational education and training and livelihood program designed specifically for rehabilitated drugs by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1993, providing for the issuance of a certificate of absence to immediate family members of victims of enforced or involuntary disappearance, defining rights and benefits accruing from possession of the certificate by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1994, protecting the physical integrity of a cultural property from adverse visual impact and prohibiting any obstruction to its view and sightline by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 1995 to 1997 and 1999 and 2000, converting certain roads in Pangasinan into national roads by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move to open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Please suspend the business of the rest of
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the reference of business. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move to open the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The opening of privilege hour is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Mujib S. Hataman from the Lone District of Basilan to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the Lone District of Basilan, Mujib Ataman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues of the House of Representatives, guests present here in this chamber, isang mapagpalayang araw po sa ating lahat. I rise and take the floor as the representative of the Lone District of the province of Basilan, bilang isang Basileño na naulila ng isang matuwid at mahusay na lingkod bayan, bilang isang taong tumatangis sa paglisan ng isang malapit na kaibigan, at bilang isang mamamayan na nababahala sa pagdami ng insidente ng karahasan. Noong nakarang Hulyo 24, araw ng linggo, tayo ay ginulat ng balitang may barilan sa loob ng Ateneo de Manila University sa may Katipunan. Noon ay magdaraos sana ng araw ng pagtatapos para sa mga mag-aaral ng Ateneo Law School. Napuno agad ang social media ng iba't ibang haka-haka at espekulasyon tungkol sa insidente. Takot at pangamba ang bumalot sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi karaniwang pangyayari ang barilan sa loob ng mga eskwelahan at lalong hindi naman talaga ito dapat nangyayari kahit saan mang lugar. Matapos ang opisyal na pahayag ng Philippine National Police, ito ang malungkot na katotohanang ating nalaman. 3 ang patay sa pamamaril sa Ateneo. Si dating Lamitan City Mayor Rose Purigay, ang kanyang aide na si Victor George Capistano at isang security guard ng Ateneo na si Javenen Bandiala. Nasugatan din, Mr. Speaker, sa pamamaril ang anak na babae ni Mayor Rose na si Hana na magtatapos sana ng abogasya sa Ateneo. Ang salarin na dagliang namang nahuli matapos ang krimen ay si Chow Chow Yumul, isang doktor sa Lamitan na nakaalitan ni Mayor Rose sa kanyang panunungkulan bilang punong lungsod ng Lamitan. 5 araw matapos mangyari ang krimen, ang ama naman ni Chow Chow Yumul ang naging biktima ng pamamaril sa labas ng tahanan nito sa Lamitan City. Muli, mariin kong kinukundina ang mga walang saysay na pagpatay na ito. Uulutin ko, kailanman at sa kahit na anong dahilan, hindi tama ang pagkitil ng buhay. Walang lugar ang karahasan sa isang mapayapa at sibilisadong lipunan. Nais ko ring muling makiramay sa mga naiwan ng mga biktima sa oras ng inyong pagdadalamhati. Dalangin ko'y hustisya para sa lahat. But Mr. Speaker, this is not the crux of my speech today. Before I make my point known, let me just lay down the foundation of my assertions. Ilang oras makaraang mahuli si Chow Chow Yumul, humarap siya sa media at nagpahayag ng seryosong akusasyon laban sa mga purigay ng Lamitan na sila raw ay mga drug lord kung kaya't bakit niya binaril. Ang tanong dito, Mr. Speaker, saan ba talaga nanggaling ang alitan ng mga purigay at ni Chow Chow Yumul para umabot sa isang patayan? Yan ang panawagan natin sa mga otoridad na alamin ang punot dulo ng alitang ito at ilathala ang totoong istorya sa likod ng krimen na ito. Without that, mahirapan tayong pigilan ang mga baluktot na usapan sa social media. Sa pagkakaalam po ng karamihan sa Basilan, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, kasama na ang inyong lingkod, nagsimula ang alitan ng mga purigay at Chow Chow Yumul nang dahil lamang sa isang closure order na ipinatupad ng Lamitan City LGU mula sa Ministry of Health ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao laban sa klinik ni Chow Chow Yumul. Nagsimula sa maliit na issue na lumaki dahil sa mga pahayag at paratang ni Chow Chow Yumul sa social media. Dahilan ng pagsasampa ng patong-patong na kaso ng cyber libel laban sa kanya. Kaya gusto ko sanang ipaalala, Mr. Speaker, ang kahalagahan ng mga salitang binibitawan natin sa social media, ang pagiging responsableng mamamayan kahit saan ka man, sa personal, sa Facebook o maging sa Twitter. Ngunit ang ginawa ni Chow Chow Yumul ay inilagay niya sa kanyang mga kamay ang batas at kumitil ng buhay. Such great beliefs are now being honored and applauded on social media. Nakakabahala ang mga sumunod-sunod na pangyayari. Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, kung babasahin lamang natin ang comment section ng mga post tungkol kay Chow Chow Yumul, ay madami ng makikitang nakakabahalang pahayag. Sa katunayan, ayon sa isang article ng Rappler, 56.6% ng mga post sa Facebook at 45.4% ng YouTube videos na babanggit si Yumul ay suportado siya sa kanyang ginawa. At hanggang ngayon, maghanap ka lamang ng mga post tungkol kay Chow Chow Yumul ay makakabasa ka ng mga ganitong klaseng komento to quote. Sacrifice ang ginawa ni Doc, I salute you. Alam namin ang nararamdaman mo para sa lahat. Ikaw ay isang sundalo, Doc, sa bayan mo, unquote. Dagdag pa, to quote, may ipinaglalaban ang doktor, pakinggan nyo kasi ang sinasabi niya, unquote. Dagdag pa, Mr. Speaker, to quote, magkaroon tayo ng unity para kay Doc Chow Yumul na mapapawalang sala, ikaw ay ang aming bayani. At marami pang kaparehong mga komento na pawang umaayon at sumusuporta sa krimeng ginawa ni Chow Chow Yumul. How can someone fashion himself to be a hero kung alam niyang pumatay siya ng mga inosente? Paano si Victor George Capistrano? Paano ang nadamay niyang Ateneo security guard na si Genevieve Bandiala? Paano ang malubhang nasugatan na anak ni Mayor Rose na si Hannah? Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, pardon me for expressing disappointment over what we see and hear on social media regarding this case. Pero kailan pa naging tama ang pagpatay? Kailan pa naging tama ang purihin at ilagay sa pedestal ang isang taong kumitil ng 3 buhay sa loob ng isang paaralan at nadamay ng mga inosente? Ito ang lubha kong ikinakabahala, Mr. Speaker, ang paglaganap ng kultura ng karahasan sa ating lipunan. At hindi nakatulong na ginawang bayani ang pumapatay ng tao, lalo't kung inosente pa ang mga ito. Sa ating mga tahanan, ang turo sa atin ng ating mga magulang ay masama ang pumatay. Likewise sa ating eskwelahan, sabi ni teacher, masama ang pumatay. Kahit sa ating mga relihiyon, wala naman sigurong nagsasabi na mabuti at kapuri-puri ang pumatay. Alam po namin, Mr. Speaker, na bumabaybay tayo sa maselang usapin ng pagkakaiba ng protected speech at unprotected speech sa ilalim ng ating saligang batas at sa ilalim ng prinsipyo ng freedom of expression. Hindi natin kailanman isusulong ang anumang panukalang magsasagka o lalapastangan ang ating kalayaan sa pagpapahayag ng saloobin. Pero paano kung ang saloobin ay sumusuporta o nag-iinganyo na gumawa ng isang krimen? Lalo na ngayon, Mr. Speaker, na halos hindi mo na masundan ang mga sinasabi ng mga tao sa social media. Nakita natin nitong nakaraang halalan lamang na napakaraming libelous statements ang ipinukol sa maraming tao. Pero dahil sa social media inilabas, napakahirap habulin. Let me just make this point known, Mr. Speaker, and I will make it my assertion in the form of questions. Una, kung parehong nating nakikitang mali ang pagpuri at pagsuporta sa isang krimen sa social media, ano ang pwede nating gawin tungkol dito? Pangalawa, payag ba tayo na hulmahin ng social media ang ating mga values bilang mga Pilipino, lalo na ang ating mga kabataan? Pangatlo, dahil ang mga kabataan at mga anak natin ay nasa social media na rin, paano natin sila mapapangalagaan laban sa iligal at immoral na mga prinsipyo at paniniwala? Hindi ba't kailangan nating tulungan ang mga magulang, mga kaanak at mga guro para maiwas ang ating mga anak sa harmful social media context? Papayag na lang ba tayo na ang ating mga anak, ang mga kabataan ay tatanggapin na lamang na tama ang kumitil ng buhay? Huwag sana nating hayaan na masanay tayo sa isang kultura ng karahasan. Hindi yan ang pagkatao natin bilang mga Pilipino. At higit sa lahat, hindi yan ang kultura nais nating ipamana sa ating mga anak at sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Pero bago ako magpatuloy, Mr. Speaker, allow me to pay a small tribute to a dear friend, Mayor Furigay, whose contributions in our fight for peace and progress in Basilan remain anything but small. During Mayor Rose's 3 successive terms as Lamitan Local Chief Executive, she was a strong and steady partner in our quest for peace. Alam naman natin ang Lamitan ay dating pinadapa ng digmaan at terorismo. Pero sa 9 na taong panunungkulan ni Mayor Rose, na ibangon nito ang imahe ng lungsod at 4 na beses na nagawaran ng SGLG o Seal of Good Local Governance mula sa DILG noong mga taong 2016 hanggang 2020. Bago dumating ang pandemya, kinilala din si Mayor Rose bilang isang mga best performing mayor sa mga lugar sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao dahil sa kanyang mga programa na ipinapatupad para sa mga Lamiteños. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, lubos nating ikinalulungkot ang kanyang pagpanaw. Naalala ko pa ang kanyang sinabi nung magdesisyon siya na hindi na sumabak sa politika nitong nakaraang halalan. Nais na niya daw na maglaan ng oras para sa kanyang pamilya. At nung araw ngayon sa Ateneo ay dumalo siya sa pagtatapos ng kanyang anak sa abogasya. Dapat sanang isang masayang okasyon ang makita ng mga magulang ang pagtatapos ng kanyang anak, pero nauwi ito sa karahasan. Nais kong uulitin, hindi sagot ang karahasan at paghihiganti sa kahit na anumang suliranin. It is never a way to resolve disputes, no matter how deeply rooted they may be. There is no justifiable reason to murder anyone. At hindi tamang purihin o suportahan ang pagkitil ng buhay, not now, not ever. Let us choose peace in pursuing justice. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at muli isang mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of the Honorable Mujib Hataman be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the privileged speech of Congressman Hataman be referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize Representative Arnolfo Arne Teves Jr. of the 3rd District of Negros Oriental for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
The gentleman from the 3rd District of Negros Oriental. Representative Arnolfo Arnie Teves is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everybody. I rise here again today to speak about food security through farm-to-market roads. Ang saya ko narinig sa SONA na priority ni President BBM yung agriculture. Matagal ko na itong isinusulong na dapat mabigyan pansin yung mga farm-to-market roads natin. Ngunit, magkano ang natatanggap ng bawat distrito bawat taon? Each district receives about 20 million in farm-to-market road allocations every year. Ilang kilometro ang 20 million? 2 kilometro. Anong gagawin mo sa 2 kilometro na daan na pagkatapos ng 2 kilometro na semento, gatuhod naman ang putik? It ends up, our products become very expensive to transport, and kung kinuha man ng trader dun sa farmer, nagiging masyadong mura dahil nga sa mas mataas na transport cost. Dati pa, alam ko na marami tayong unused appropriation every year. Ang proposal ko sana, 1 billion per agricultural district per year. Kung ginawa natin yon, 3 taon lang, parang spiderweb na yung daan natin na simento. At ang paggalaw ng produkto natin, mabilis na at magiging mura yung production cost. Sana lang mapakinggan ito. At alam ko naman na kaya to ng ating gobyerno because every year, our unused appropriation is always over 200 billion pesos. Meron tayong 300 na congressmen, more or less. But I think yung agricultural districts, sa estimate ko lang nasa mga 150 lang na distrito. Palagay pa natin 200. So that's only about 150 to 200 billion pesos in allocation. Eh kung yung unused appropriation pinagawa natin ng daan, di ang dami nating natulungan, di ba? Natulungan yung farmers, natulungan yung consumers because we will have cheap agricultural products. Cheap production costs and cheaper on the market. Next, in addition to this, if we only turn all our cogonal lands into upland rice areas, we will have rice sufficiency. Why am I going for upland rice? Because the production cost of upland rice is half the production cost of paddy rice. So kung gusto natin maging mababa ang per kilo ng bigas, we should go upland. Totoo na konti ang production per hectare ng upland rice. But ang dami naman nating areas na idle. We even have government lands that are cogonal. Cogon and upland rice are almost the same family. Rice is also a grass. Agriculture pinag-aralan ko kaya alam ko ito. Again, yun lang yung dalawang hiling ko sa ating gobyerno, 1 billion per agricultural district na FMR, sabay sana mag-order yung presidente na lahat ng cogonal lands natin will be turned into upland rice areas. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, everybody.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of Representative Arnulfo Arnie Teves, Jr. to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Here is none. The privileged speech of Congressman Teves be referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Presley De Jesus of Party List Philreca for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The handsome from Pilreca, Congressman De Jesus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to all members of this august chamber, magandang tanghali po sa atin lahat. Mr. Speaker, Today, I take the floor on a matter of privilege, shedding the light on recent events that are crucial, not only to this representation, but more importantly, to the people I vowed to serve. Mr. Speaker, this representation has risen in this chamber time and time again because one of our government institutions continues to blatantly disregard the House of Representatives and the wisdom of its honorable members. Despite the adoption of House Resolution number 213 during the 18th Congress, the National Electrification Administration continues to defy the status quo ante order, and the House warnings regarding its ultra-virus acts against electric cooperatives. NEA, or National Electrification Administration, continues to disrespect not only the House of the People, but the will of the people through their duly elected representatives, and this should not be condoned nor tolerated. It is the duty of this representation to remind the NEA that House Resolution number 213 was born out of exhaustive proceedings in the Committee of Energy, where both parties were given the opportunity to be heard. It is also during these hearings that no less than the National Electrification Administration Administrator Juanesa himself committed to follow the status quo ante order of this resolution. Acting in accordance with this House resolution should be a matter of respect to the legislature, a co-equal branch of the executive. Mr. Speaker, what alarms this representation is the information we have received on the freezing of Beneco or Benguet Electric Cooperative's depository bank accounts as NEA continues to meddle with the affairs of the cooperative. It is fundamental in all operations, especially in service-oriented ones, that when funds are blocked, operations will suffer. Significant amounts of member consumer owners' funds are deposited in these banks. And due to the continuing overreach of NEA in the operations of Beneco or the Benguet Electric Cooperative and pressure from the camp of Attorney Ana Marie Rafael, the banks decided to freeze Beneco's account. Mr. Speaker, the money frozen by the banks amounts to 441 million pesos. Funds of the cooperative are being controlled, manipulated, and used by the camp of Attorney Rafael through the backing of NEA. Mr. Speaker, the cooperative has already defaulted with their payments to the power suppliers as a result of these circumstances. Ultimately, it is the member consumer owners of Baguio and province of Benguet that suffers because of the NEA's actions. Penalties from power suppliers due to the payment default will be passed on to the consumers, or worse, there could be province-wide blackouts because the cooperative continues to default on their power supply payments. Mr. Speaker, this representation can only speculate that it is NEA's goal to derail the Benguet Electric Cooperative's consistent top quality service to its member consumer owners. Either they do not know or they do not care how their actions will affect the consumers. Mr. Speaker, I believe NEA is perfectly aware of this, yet they condone it. NEA and Attorney Rafael are both aware that their shameful, power-hungry actions will lead to the crippling of Benguet Electric Cooperative's operations. This is anti-people, unethical, and illegal. Mr. Speaker, prior to these pitiless actions, the National Electrification Administration issued two questionable memoranda, NEA Memo number 2021-55 and NEA Memo 2021-56. NEA Memorandum 2021-055 is the revised policy of the selection, hiring, termination of service suspension
for general managers of electric cooperative. Amending NEA cooperative, NEA Memorandum 2021-56 is the revised policy guidelines on the Congress, directing NEA to stop harassing electric cooperatives. But I stand before you again today as it is apparent that NEA has no respect for this honorable institution, its honorable members, and the will of the people. Beneco is an entity imbued with public interest. Its uninterrupted provision of electric service to the people of Benguet is ultimately a matter of welfare of the populace. That is why it is the paramount duty of Congress to take proper actions when no less than government bodies attempt to corrupt and hinder cooperatives' trust to serve their member consumer owners. Naniniwala ang kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, na sa kanilang panggigipit at pang-aagaw ng kapangyarihan, ang taong bayan ang talo. Kaya't nananawagan ako, lalo na sa ating administrasyon, na bigyan pansin ang 2 taong laban ng Benguet Electric Cooperative para sa kanilang kalayaan pumili ng kanilang pinuno. Nananawagan rin ako sa pamunuan ng National Electrification Administration na sundin ninyo ang batas at hindi ang inyong personal na interest. This representation continues to believe that our institution must work for us and not against us. I call on NEA to stop tarnishing the dignity and decency of your institution, to forward personal and selfish agenda. What is at stake is not only the future of the people of Benguet, but the autonomy and freedom of the rural electrification program. NEA, once again, let the people of Benguet decide for themselves. For 40 years, Beneco has set the bar high with their world-class service, offering the cheapest electricity rate in the country with top-of-the-line amenities. Thousands of Beneco member consumer owners can attest to this and continue to count on us as their representatives to stand in solidarity with them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my message to NEA is loud and clear. Hands off, Beneco. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of Representative Presley De Jesus to Committee on Rules for appropriate actions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There is none. The motion is approved. The privileged speech of Congressman Presley De Jesus be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Yes, Majority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any, there's a motion to terminate the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General can now read the title of the bills. Please proceed, Madam Secretary.
Additional reference of business, House Bill 1998, declaring Barangay Malico in San Nicolas, Pangasinan an ecotourism zone by Representative Primicias Agabas.
To the Commission on Tourism.
House Bill 2001, allowing the use of waste-to-energy technology in electricity, fuel, and heat generation by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee Ecology and Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2002, establishing the Catanduanes People Center and creating the Catanduanes People Center Authority in Virac, Catanduanes by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2003, declaring December 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the Virac, Catanduanes to celebrate the Kaadlawan Nin Virac by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
The Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2004, creating for the retirement benefits for subsistence farmers and fisherfolk by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2005, establishing a multi-species freshwater and saltwater fish hatchery and research center in Bato, Catanduanes by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2006, declaring the 4th week of May every year as special holidays in the province of Catanduanes to celebrate the Abaca Festival by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
To the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2007, providing right of access to medical cannabis as a compassionate alternative means of medical treatment, expanding research into its medicinal properties by Representative Reyes.
the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2008, mandating all buses, trucks, and other heavy vehicles to undergo preventive maintenance with their respective companies and monthly inspections with the LTO to prevent accidents due to mechanical malfunction, failure, and to ensure road safety by Representative Herrera.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 2009, replacing travel tax with a standardized tourist fee for all, establishing a tourist development fund by Representative Herrera.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2010, separating the sitios of Ileb, New Colayo Village, Kinama, and Nambarandaya from Barangay Nambaran, Tabuk, Kalinga, and constituting them into a separate and independent barangay to be known as Barangay Nambaran East by Representative Mangawang.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2011, establishing the Kalinga Sports Training Center to be located in Tabuk, Kalinga by Representative Mangawang.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 2012, mandating the provision of comprehensive renal replacement therapy to patients with end-stage renal disease in national, regional, and provincial government hospitals by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2013, regulating the use of bank accounts, electronic wallets, and other financial accounts by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 2014, establishing the fiscal regime for the mining industry by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 2015, creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system of the military and uniformed personnel by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 2016, providing for a new Rural Banks Act by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 2017, establishing the Agricultural Information System in all cities and municipalities by Representatives Plaza and Bascug.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 2018, providing for the sustainable management of forests and forest lands by Representatives Plaza and Bascug.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2019, simplifying the procedure in the disposition of public agricultural lands by Representatives Bascug and Plaza.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2020, penalizing persons or corporations who impose iniquitous or unconscionable finance charge on credit transactions by Representative Saulog.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 2021, determining pauper litigants for the issuance of the Certificate of Indigency by Representative Saulog.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 2022, providing cash aid to all Filipinos by Representative Saulog.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill 2023, establishing a Magna Carta for daycare workers by Representative Mastura.
to the Committee on Welfare and Children,
House Bill 2024, mandating the provision of the 15,000 peso financial support to the 1 million Filipinos employed in the fisheries and aquaculture sector by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 2025, mandating the special protection to coastal fishing communities for sustainable small-scale fisheries in the country by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 2026, declaring Manila Bay as a reclamation-free zone and providing penalties by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2027, granting San Miguel Area City Incorporated a franchise to construct, develop, establish, operate, and maintain a domestic and international airport in Bulacan by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 2028, instituting a national comprehensive framework on resilient housing and human settlements by Representative Gintu.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 2029, providing for the development of sustainable cities and communities in the country by Representative Gintu.
Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 2030, to provide a housing program for teachers by Representative Gintu.
Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 2031, establishing the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 2032, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisher Folk Program by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 2033, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute by Representative Yap Christopherson.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2034, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians by Representative Yap Christopherson.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2035, providing for a free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2036, strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2037, establishing the 2nd District of Southern Leyte Congressional Library and Museum in Sogod, Southern Leyte by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2038, establishing a campus of the Southern Leyte State University in Liloan, Southern Leyte by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2039, integrating the Pintuyan National Vocational High School in Pintuyan, Southern Leyte into the Southern Leyte State University system to be known as the SLSU Pintuyan Campus by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2040, mandating the construction of the Panawan Island Circumferential Road in Southern Leyte by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2041, creating an additional branch of the RDC in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed at Candihay, Bohol by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2042, creating an additional branch of the RDC in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed at Valencia, Bohol by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2043, converting the Candihay Community Hospital in the 3rd District of Bohol into a district hospital by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2044, establishing the tourism carrying capacity standards in the country by Representative Tutor.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2045, regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2046, upgrade the salary scales or levels of public dentists by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2047, establishing a TESDA Municipal Training Center in Candihay, Bohol by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2048, standardizing tourism signs and symbols all over the country by Representative Tutor.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2049, to establish centers for individuals with special needs in the country by Representative Amante.
Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2050, to amend Presidential Decree Number 1569 by Representative Amante.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2051, establishing the Bulacan State University System by Representative Silverio.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2052, strengthening the Farm to Market Road Development Program and providing for a sustained regular funding support to accelerate its implementation by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2053, declaring March 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in La Union in commemoration of its foundation anniversary to be known as La Union Day by Representative Ortega.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2054, upgrading the minimum salaries of public school teachers to salary grade 15, teaching personnel in higher education to salary grade 16, and of non-teaching personnel to 16,000 pesos by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2055, seeking to make the barangay officials as regular government employees by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2056, providing for all barangay officials, including barangay tunnels, members of the Lupong Tagapamayapa, barangay health workers, and barangay daycare workers, a lump sum retirement pay equivalent to 1 year honorarium by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2057, postponing the December 22 barangay and Sangguniang Kabataang elections to May 6, 2024 by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2058, establishing the OFW's hospital by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2059, providing for the Magna Carta for barangay health workers by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2060, regulating the production, importation, sale, distribution, provision, use, recovery, recollection, recycling, disposal, and single-use plastic products by Representative Ortega.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2061, expanding the coverage of Centenarians Act of 2016 by Representative Ortega.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2062, establishing a national policy in preventing teenage pregnancies, institutionalizing social protection for teenage parents by Representative Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2063, providing for the establishment of Montalban TESDA Training Accreditation Center in Montalban, Rodriguez, Rizal by Representative Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2664, an act providing for a Magna Carta for commuters by Representative Nograles 1 Fidel Felipe.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2065, providing for national framework for interns' rights, benefits, and welfare by Representative Nograles 1 Fidel Felipe.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2066, defining the crime of sexual abuse and exploitation of children, amending the Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009 by Representative Nograles 1 Fidel Felipe.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2067, expanding the coverage of Telecommuting Act to public sector and providing incentives for telecommuting employees by Representative Nograles 1 Fidel Felipe.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2068, establishing a national high school in Barangay Poblacion East, Santa Ignacia, Tarlac, to be known as Santa Ignacia North Central High by Representative Coanco Jaime.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill numbers 2069 and 2070, declaring certain areas in Tarlac as ecotourism sites by Representative Coanco Jaime.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2071, postponing the December 5, 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Coanco Jaime.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2072, mandating inclusion of urban agricultural entrepreneurship, economy, and other important agricultural concepts as part of the curriculum of all primary and secondary schools by Representative Coanco Jaime.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2073, providing post-harvest facilities for palay and rice farmers by Representative Coanco Jaime.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 2074, mandating creation, perpetuation, growth, development of employment opportunities as the main criteria for the grant fiscal incentives for investments by Representative Coanco Jaime.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2075, increasing the ad valorem tax on idle lands, establishing a special agricultural development fund from its proceeds by Representative Coanco Jaime.
Local Government.
House Bill 2076, providing stronger measures to prevent agricultural land and regulate its conversion for non-agricultural purposes. Representative Coanco Jaime.
Committee on Agrarian Reforms.
House Bill 2077, creating the municipality of Don Mariano Peralta in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2078, establishing the National Defense University by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2079, declaring June 18 of every year a special landmarking holiday in Santa Maria, Davao Occidental in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2080, increasing the authorized bed capacity of Tomas La Chica District Hospital in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental from 25 beds to 50 beds by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2081, converting the Bukid Elementary School in Bukid San Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental into an integrated school to be known as Bukid Integrated School by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2082, converting the TFS of Tambelang Elementary School in Datu Don Wata, Malita, Davao Oriental into an integrated school to be known as the TFS Tambelang Integrated School by Representative Bautista.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2083, converting the Kidaman Elementary School in Calabay, Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental into Kidaman Integrated School by Representative Bautista.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2084, establishing the Gaspar Danwata National High School into Datu Danwata, Malita, Davao Occidental by Representative Bautista.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2085, separating the Jose Abad Santos National High School, Tabayon Extension in Tabayon, Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental from the Jose Abad Santos National High School, converting it into Tabayon National High School by Representative Bautista.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2086, amending RA 1075 by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2087, strengthening public-private partnerships by Representative Plato.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2088, creating Barangay Friendship Village Resources in Norsigoray, Bulacan by Representative Plato.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2089, expanding the coverage of senior citizens discounts by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2090, increasing the discount rate exempting from the value-added tax monthly electric and water consumption granted to senior citizens by Representative Ordanes.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2091, establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2092, providing for a free manual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative Ordanes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2019, granting an income tax exemption to senior citizens aged 60 and above by Representative Ordanes.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2094, granting additional benefits and privileges to senior citizens with disabilities by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens and the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 2095, mandating all national government agencies, executive departments, bureaus, office agencies, LGUs, and barangays to set aside at least 1% of their total budget for programs, projects, and activities exclusive for senior citizens by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2096, protecting senior citizens from violence by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2097, granting free vaccination for all senior citizens by Representative Ordanes.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2098, providing for free hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, and other Department of Health approved dialysis procedures to all senior citizens by Representative Ordanes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2099, granting nationwide free initial rate parking fee privileges to senior citizens and PWDs by Representative Ordanes.
The Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2100, penalizing the illegal use of electricity, the theft and destruction of electric power lines, equipment, and materials, rationalizing system laws. Representative Romualdo.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2101, mandating all utility and telecommunication companies to comply with the regulations on the use of utility poles by Representative Romualdo.
The Committee on Energy and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2102, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Marino.
Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2103, providing for a comprehensive atomic regulatory framework, creating the Philippine Atomic Regulatory Commission by Representative Marino.
Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Science and Technology, and Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2104, accelerating the implementation of the Philippine Health Facility Development Plan by Representative Mercado Revilla.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 2105, expanding the coverage of the tertiary education subsidy by Representative Mercado Revilla.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2106, creating the Banana Industry Development Council. Representatives Villafarte, Luis Raymond, Villafarte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
The Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2107, establishing and determining community forests in Parao, Cabangan, Cabanan, Tumatarayo, in Balatan, Camarines Sur, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
The Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2108, providing for the civil liability of drug dealers in favor of persons injured by illegal drugs, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
The Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2109, granting good conduct time allowance to prisoners who participate in literacy skills and values development programs in penal institutions, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2110, mandating all penal institutions with areas suitable for agriculture to implement a voluntary agricultural livelihood program for prisoners, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2111, amending the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2112, institutionalizing the poverty reduction-proof social entrepreneurship program and promoting social enterprises with the poor as primary stakeholders, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2113, requiring the registration of subscriber identity module cards, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2114, establishing the Teacher Education for Achievers Program to improve the quality of teachers in the Philippines, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Inceso.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2115, creating a vaccine passport program, by Representatives Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2116, converting the Oriental Mindoro Provincial Hospital in Calapan City, Oriental Mindoro, and the Mimaropa Region Hospital, upgrading its facilities and bed capacity for 500, by Representative Panaligan.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2117, amending Section 38 of the Omnibus Election Code, by Representative Gonzales Aurelio.
Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2118, authorizing the local sanggunians of municipalities and cities, except in Metropolitan Manila, to designate tricycle lanes in public roads or highways within their respective territorial jurisdiction by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2119, increasing the honorarium and Christmas bonus of barangay officials, including barangay tannos and members of the Lupong Tagapamayapa, and granting a lump sum gratuity pay equivalent to 150,000 pesos by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2120, mandating DepEd to integrate gardening at the secondary school curriculum in both public and private schools by Representative
to
Panotes.
the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2121, allowing tricycles to travel beyond the regular route of service as embodied in their franchise in emergency cases as determined by concerned government authority by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 2122, establishing a public veterinary clinic in every province by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2123, integrating the provincial and sub-provincial jails within the jurisdiction of the BJMP by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 2124, mandating DepEd to integrate gardening in the secondary school curriculum in both public and private schools by Representative Panotes.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2125, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Panotes.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2126, criminalizing violations of occupational safety and health standards by Representatives Brasas and Manuel.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 2127, declaring February 23 of every year as the National Rotary Day by Representative Go Mark.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 2128, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, race, color, sex, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, sex characteristics, language, religious belief or expression, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, and other status, and other protected attributes by Representative Benitez.
to the Committee on Human Rights,
House Bill 2129, strengthening the conservation and protection of Philippine cultural heritage through cultural mapping and an enhanced cultural heritage education program by Representative Benitez.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2130, further amending Presidential Decree 1869 by Representative Romualdo.
to the Committee on Games and Amusement,
House Bill 2131, transforming the Office for Transportation Security into the National Transportation Security Regulatory Commission by Representative Romualdo.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee of Transportation,
House Bill 2132, converting the road stretching from the boundary of Gotalac in Mamawan to Kauswagan, all in the municipality of Baliguan, Zamboanga del Norte, into a national road to be known as the Gotalac-Baliguan National Road by Representative Amatong.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2133, converting the provincial road stretching from Siocan, Zamboanga del Norte, to the boundary of the Solier Liam, Zamboanga Sibugay, into the Siocan Canatuan National Road by Representative Amatong.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2134, establishing a four-lane viaduct or bypass road in San Jose del Monte, Bulacan by Representative
to
Robes.
the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 2135, providing for free freight services in the transportation of relief goods to calamity-stricken areas by Representative Robes.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Bill numbers 2136, 2137, 2138, 2139, and 2140, creating certain barangays in Ifugao by Representative Changalao.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 2141, creating and establishing an Ifugao Rice Terraces Commission by Representative Changalao.
the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2142, separating the Hapid National High School Annex in Bimpal, Lamot, Ifugao from the Hapid National High School in Hapid, Lamot, Ifugao, converting it into the Bimpal National High School by Representative Changalao.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2143, separating the Caragazan Elementary School Annex in Caragazan, Alfonso Lista, Ifugao from the Caragazan Elementary School, converting it into the Dismas Ogano Elementary School by Representative Chungalao.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2144, separating the Banawe National High School Annex in Kinakin, Banawe, Ifugao from the Banawe National High School in Dogligan, Banawe, Ifugao, converting it into the Kinakin National High School by Representative Chungalao.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2145, separating the Lawig National High School extension in Panodpodan, Lamut, Ifugao from the Lawig National High School in Lawig, Lamut, Ifugao, converting it into the Panobdopan National High School by Representative Chungalao.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2146, separating the Santa Maria National High School extension in Potia, Alfonso Lista, Province of Ifugao, from Santa Maria National High School in Santa Maria, Alfonso Lista, Ifugao, converting it into the Potia National High School by Representative Chungalao.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2147, creating one additional branch of RTC in Negros Occidental with a seat in Kabangkalan by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2148, creating the Registry of Deeds of Sipalay, Negros Occidental by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2149, mandating that patients with chronic kidney disease be given the same privileges as PWDs by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2150, empowering the Energy Regulatory Commission in monitoring oil prices charged to oil-based power generation facilities by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2151, exempting the sale of electricity by generation, transmission, and distribution companies and electricity cooperation from the imposition of value-added tax by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2152, providing for the National Policy and Framework for Energy Advocacy, creating the Energy Advocacy Council Office by Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2153, mandating the government to construct, operate, and maintain power-generating assets to ensure grid stability and supply reliability for ancillary and other purposes by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2154, granting the Romblon Electric Cooperative Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Banton, Corcuera, and Concepcion, Romblon by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 2155, providing for the regulation of submeters and redistribution of electricity to individual unit users by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2156, providing for the grant of tax exemption on real property taxes imposed on land owned and used by electric cooperatives by Representatives De Jesus and Dagook.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2157, proclaiming the first Monday of August every year as Lineman Appreciation Day by Representative Dagook.
The Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2158, providing for mandatory insurance coverage and benefits for all line workers by Representative Dagook.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2159, establishing the Lineman Training Academy of the Philippines by Representative Dagook.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2160, declaring the conferment of a doctorate degree as equivalent to entry-level career executive service officer eligibility in the civil service by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2161, mandating the establishment of a program of education designed to help all members of the community of an educational institution avoid involvement with illegal drugs by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2162, establishing Local Cooperatives Development Fund by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Cooperatives Development.
House Bill 2163, declaring the month of October of every year as the National Cooperative Month by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill 2164, creating the National Film Archive to be managed by the Film Development Council by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 2165, establishing a framework for film and television tourism in the Philippines by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
The Special Committee on Creative Industry and in Performing Arts.
House Bill 2166, regularizing barangay officials and providing for the fixed compensation in accordance with the Salary Standardization Law by Representative Teves Jose.
Local Government.
House Bill 2167, converting the Cabugao School of Handicraft and Cottage Industries in Bato, Catanduanes into a TESDA-supervised and administered school to be known as the Catanduanes Polytechnic Skills Development Institute by Representative Teves Jose.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2168, providing for one service laptop for every public school teacher in the Philippines by Representative Teves Jose.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2169, institutionalizing budget reform that will ensure the equitable distribution of funds for all municipal and barangay local government units for the purpose of implementation of the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000 by Representative Teves Jose.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2170, regulating and further prohibiting the usage of single-use plastic products by Representative Teves Jose.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2171, prohibiting and penalizing the importation of waste by Representative Teves Jose.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2172, establishing a zero-spectrum user fee policy for Philippine telecommunications entities using Wi-Fi frequency bands or spectrum by Representative Teves Jose.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2173, strengthening the workers' right to security of tenure by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
The Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2174, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of basic ROTC in grades 11 and 12 in public and private educational institutions by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2175, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management, creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2176, providing for the creation of the Department of Technical Education, Training, and Certification by Representative Tupas.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2177, providing for a National Employment Assistance Program by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2178, lowering the cost of doing business by establishing a simplified tax system for micro, small, and medium enterprise by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2179, enhancing credit support to micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development.
House Bill 2180, reducing the price of fuel, amending the Biofuels Act of 2006 by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2181, providing financial assistance to Filipino rice farmers, establishing the Pantawid Magsasakang Pilipino program by Representative Recto.
Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 2182, condoning all unpaid amortizations, interest, penalties, or surcharges on loans secured under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program by Representative Recto.
Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2183, expediting the titling of lands awarded under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, lifting the restrictions on the utilization of such lands as collateral for securing agricultural loans and other similar financial instruments and for other purposes by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2184, rescinding the restrictions on ownership and transferability of lands awarded under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program by Representative Recto.
The Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2185, postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections and appropriating the savings therefrom for priority programs of the Department of Agriculture to ensure food security and sufficiency by Representative Recto.
The Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2186, providing for a Magna Carta for barangay officials, personnel, and volunteer workers by Representative Recto.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2187, extending the validity of the authorization to solemnize marriage issued to priests, ministers, imam, or rabbis from a period of 3 years to 5 years by Representative Go Mark.
Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2188, suspending the implementation of the use of mother tongue as a medium of instructions for kindergarten to grade 3 by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2189, ensuring zero hunger for all Filipinos by Representative Reyes.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 2190, establishing the San Rafael National High School for the Arts in San Rafael, Tigaon, Camarines Sur by Representative Fuentebella.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2191, separating Denrica High School in Garchitorena from Binagbasan National High School and converting it into the Denrica National High School by Representative Fuentebella.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2192, providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of AFP, PNP, PCG, BJMP, and BFP on any charge or case filed before the prosecutor's office, court, administrative, or any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of official duty by Representative Fuentebella.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2193, converting the Filofuerte Peña High School in Ponglon, San Jose, Camarines Sur into the Juan C. Peña National Technical Vocational High School by Representative Fuentebella.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2194, establishing the Mabca National High School in Mabca, Sagnay, Camarines Sur by Representative Fuentebella.
The Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2195, converting San Isidro Nato Road in Sagnay Camarines Sur to a national security road by Representative Fontebello.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2196, establishing the Speaker Arnulfo Noli Puy Fontebello Training Center, TESDA Casifmas Partido Campus, Intigaon, Camarines Sur by Representative Fontebello.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2197, providing for the conduct of hybrid elections for national, local, and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao through manual automated voting, counting, canvassing, consolidation, and transmission by Representative Romualdo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2198, reclassifying as agricultural land a parcel of land of the public domain located in Izamis, Misamis Occidental, open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, and industrial purposes by Representative Waminal.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2199, providing for zero-interest salary loans to all government employees in government financial institutions by Representative Waminal.
Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2200, declaring December 24 and 31 as non-working holidays by Representative Waminal.
Committee Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2201, reclassifying as agricultural land parcels of land of the public domain located in Don Victoriano, Misamis Occidental, and open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial purposes by Representative Ominal.
The Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 2202, amending certain provisions of the Chemical Engineering Law of 2004, Representative Sagar Bahia.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2203, amending Articles 99, 121, and 122 of the Labor Code of the Philippines by Representative Sagar Bahia.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2204, converting the provincial road which traverses from the National Highway in Tanjay City to Nova Alias, proceeding to Palio and passing through Santo Niño until the National Road going to Mabinay, Calumbayan, to Bayawan City into a National Road. Representative Sagar Bahia.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2205, establishing a drug rehabilitation center in Amlan, Negros Oriental to be known as Negros Oriental Rehabilitation by Representative Sagar Bahia.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 2206, creating the Human Resource Management Office in the LGUs by Representative Sagar Bahia.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2207, amending Section 11 of the Sugar Development Act of 2015 by Representative Sagar Bahia.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2208, defining and penalizing martial infidelity by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2209, providing for an opt-in mechanism for telephone and mobile subscribers, protecting such subscribers from electronic scams and threats through the misuse of digital technology by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 2210, providing for permanent appointment to all casual and contractual employees of the government who have rendered the prescribed years of service and other purposes by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2211, requiring the establishment of dialysis clinics in all national, regional, and provincial hospitals and providing for the free dialysis treatments to the indigent patients by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2212, providing protection to freelancers by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2213, protecting the right of the people to freedom of religion in the Philippines, guaranteed under Section 5, Article 3 of the 1987 Constitution by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 2214, rating the National Independent Commission Against Corruption by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 2215, implementing the people's right to information and the constitutional policies of full public disclosure and honesty in the public service by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2216, declaring Philippine Sea Israel Friendship Day by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Foreign Affairs.
House Bill 2217, strengthening workers' right to security of tenure, amending the Labor Code of the Philippines by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2218, the Congressional Budget and Pounding Control Act by Representative Castro Boses and Manuel.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2219, providing 3,000 monthly inflation adjustment allowance for all government workers by Representatives Castro Franz, Boses, and Manuel.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2220, repealing the automatic appropriation for debt service by amending the Administrative Code 1987 by Representatives Castro Franz, Boses, and Manuel.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2221, providing for the establishment of a railway system in the Eastern Visayas region from Ormoc City to Baybay City, Maasin City, and to San Ricardo, Southern Leyte by Representative Gomez.
Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2222, prohibiting the sale and marketing of unhealthy foods such as sugar, sweetened beverages, and junk foods within 100 meters of public-private schools by Representative Matibag.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2223, requiring the placement of defibrillators in public spaces by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2224, promoting the adoption of electronic money as medium exchange for financial transactions of the government and all by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2225, amending Article 211 of the Family Code of the Philippines by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2226, renaming the San Pedro Technological Institute in San Pedro, Laguna as the San Pedro State College and expanding its curricular offerings and appropriating funds therefore by Representative Matibag.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2227, establishing a national response to price and supply-related threats to economic recovery by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 2228, establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone in Freeport, Bulacan by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2229, expanding the involuntary separation benefit, amending Social Security Act of 2018 by Representative Relio.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2230, strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation by Representative Christopherson.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2231, providing free tuition and in favor of other fees to all public and private elementary secondary school teachers enrolled in postgraduate studies in education in state colleges and universities by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2232, lowering the optional retirement age for government workers from 60 years to 56 years by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 2233, declaring the twin islands of San Pedro and San Pablo in Hinunangan, Southern Leyte, an ecotourism zone by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2234, creating the Philippine Airports Corporation by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2235, postponing the December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2236, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Special Committee on Food Security.
House 2237, declaring the Tagbac Marine Park in Liloan, Southern Leyte, an ecotourism zone by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2238, declaring the Gisaugon Eco-Venture Park located in Gisaugon at Street Bernard, Southern Leyte tourism destination by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2239, declaring Barangay Napantao in San Francisco, Southern Leyte, an ecotourism zone by Representative Yap Christopherson.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2240, postponing December 2022 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections to the first Monday of March 2024 by Representative Asistio.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 2241, establishing a district library in the 3rd Legislative District of Caloocan City by Representative Asistio.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2242, increasing the maximum value of family home by Representative Asistio.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2243, extending the national feeding program to undernourished children in secondary schools by Representative Kimbo.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2244, amending the commemoration of the founding anniversary of Iglesia ni Cristo Act by Representative Kimbo.
Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2245, providing an internet allowance for all public school teachers by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2246, establishing the fiscal regime and revenue sharing arrangement for large-scale metallic minings by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2247, establishing a Magna Carta for daycare workers by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 2248, declaring March 15 of every year as National Frontliners Day by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2249, strengthening the national competition policy by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2250, creating the Social Housing Development and Financing Corporation by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2251, strengthening the National Commission for Culture and the Arts by Representative Kimbo.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 2252, granting tax incentives to private entities who employ senior citizens as employees by Representative Kimbo.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 2253, abolishing travel tax by Representative Pumarian.
Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2254, providing for free annual medical checkup for Filipinos by Representative Pumarian.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2255, providing for free professional examinations to qualified indigents by Representative Pumarian.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 2256, establishing a mandatory evacuation center in every province, city, and municipality in the country by Representative Pumarian.
to the Committee on Disaster Resilience,
House Bill 2257, institutionalizing sustainability in government-funded sports facilities by Representative Pumarian.
Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 2258, promoting agritourism by identifying areas that are viable for development and strengthening the industry as a whole by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Ciso.
Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 2259, prohibiting the dumping of sewage, sludge, and industrial waste into seawaters. Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill numbers 2260, 2261, declaring certain areas in Camarines Sur as an ecotourism site by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Ciso.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2262, declaring additional caves and cave system as part of the Limbanan Caves in Natural Park in Limbanan, Camarines Sur, an ecotourism site by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2263, 2264, 2265, and 2266, establishing a fish port in certain municipalities of Camarines Sur by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 2267, to provide for a national folic and education program to prevent birth defects by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Health,
House Bill 2268, reducing wastage by donating and recycling excess edible food by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Ciso.
Special Committee on Food Security,
House Bill 2269, instituting the Magna Carta for Filipino Sea Workers by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 2270, amending RA 8794, imposing a motor vehicle users charge on owners of all types of motor vehicles by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis Ribata, and Ciso.
Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 2271, declaring pag-oring caves in the Libmanan, Camarines Sur, an ecotourism site by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ribata, and Enciso.
Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 2272, creating a Philippine Pollutant Release and Transfer Registry by Representative Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Ciso.
Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 2273, promoting entrepreneurship through Fondos sa Pagbabago at Pag-asento Program by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Ciso.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development,
House Bill 2274, regulating the production, importation, sale, distribution, provision, use, recovery, collection, recycling, disposal of single-use plastic products by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 2275, establishing the National Council for Preservation of Mangrove Forests by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Ribata, and Enciso.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 2276, establishing the Mabini Community Hospital in Mabini, Batangas as Batangas Tourism Specialty Hospital by Representative Luis Tro.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 2277, providing for universal educational assistance to all senior high school, technical, vocational, and college students by Representative Luis Tro.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 2270, granting universal social pension to senior citizens by Representative Luis Tro.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 2279, strengthening access to credit or micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Villanueva.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development,
House Bill 2280, allowing the adoption of alternative work arrangements as amended a labor code of the Philippines by Representative Villanueva.
the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 2281, allowing the adoption of alternative work arrangement in enterprises registered with the investment promotion agencies by Representative Villanueva.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 2282, providing for the establishment of registries of skilled workers in barangays by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 2283, strengthening technical vocational education and training in the Philippines by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2284, expanding employment opportunities for senior citizens by Representative Villanueva.
Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2285, integrating labor education to senior high school curriculum by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2286, institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordination Council by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Education and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2287, instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers by Representative Villanueva.
Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 2288, providing for Magna Carta for workers in informal economy by Representative Villanueva.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2289, stimulating recovery, growth, and development of the micro, small, and medium enterprises for job generation and preservation by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development.
House Bill 2290, institutionalizing and expanding the National Employment Recovery Strategy to a National Employment Action Plan by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2291, providing for a wage employment assistance program for displaced, marginalized, and or vulnerable workers, institutionalizing for the first purpose the TUPAD program of the DOLE by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2292, enhancing the regulation of employment and of foreign nationals and transfer of technology by Representative Villanueva.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2293, expanding unemployment insurance benefits by Representative Villanueva.
Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2294, increasing the social pension of indigent senior citizens by Representative Olaso.
Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2295, granting retirement benefits to all elective local government officials who have rendered a consecutive and uninterrupted period of 9 years or 3 terms of public service as local government officials by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2296, establishing the DPWS Second Engineering District Office in Zamboanga City by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Corporate term by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2301, providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard, revising the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009 by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 2302, reorganizing the Land Registration Authority, amending the Property Registration Decree by Representative Olaso.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2303, providing a framework for the right to adequate food and providing penalties for violation by Representative Olaso.
Human Rights.
House Bill 2304, 2305, and 2306, establishing a national high school in certain barangays of Ormoc, Leyte by Representative Gomez.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2307, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers
Local
by
Government.
Representative Dalog. House Bill 2308, establishing Apex hospitals in every region of the country by Representative Dalog.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2309, 2310, and 2311, converting certain provincial roads in Benguet into national roads by Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2312, granting survivorship benefits to the surviving legitimate spouse of a deceased chairperson, commissioner, or of labor arbiter of the National Labor Relations Commission by Representative Flores.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2313 and 2314, separating certain barangays in Bataan, Davao de Oro into distinct and independent barangays by Representative Zamora Maria Carmen.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2315, appropriating the amount of 2 billion pesos for the construction of new Hall of Justice for Iligan City by Representative Regenza.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2316, establishing the Artificial Intelligence Industrial Research Park in Mindanao State University, Ilagan Institute of Technology by Representative Reyencia.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2317, guaranteeing the right to the natural wealth and granting a 20% discount in the electricity rates to all electric consumers in Iligan City, Lanao del Norte, and Lanao del Sur. Representative Reyencia.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 2318, 2319, 2320, 2321, 2322, 2323, 2324, 2625, 2326, and 2327, converting several elementary schools in Benguet into integrated schools by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2328 to develop, protect, and promote the livestock, poultry, and dairy industries and their value chain, providing for a competitiveness enhancement fund by Representative Estrella, Celeste, and Gico.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2329 establishing a multi-species marine hatchery and biliran by Representative Espina.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2330 establishing the Labason Zamboanga del Norte Test the Training and Assessment Center in Labason, Zamboanga del Norte. Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2331 to develop the rubber industry by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2332 establishing a PRC Service Center in Victorias Negros Occidental by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2333 establishing the Murcia TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Murcia Negros Occidental.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2334 creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in Victorias Negros Occidental by Representative Benitez.
The Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2335 establishing the Agricultural Information System in all cities and municipalities by Representatives Defensor, Benitez, and Goriseta.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2336 creating the province of Surigao Oriental by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2337 penalizing public and private hospitals for collecting training fees upon postgraduate nurses in exchange for work experience by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 2338 establishing an aquaculture feed mill plant in Barangay Bahit, Panay, Capiz by Representatives Bellones, Castro, Jane.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 2339 reinstating the mandatory ROTC for students in all public and private universities, colleges, and similar learning institutions by Representative Aumentado.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2340 establishing a National Kidney and Transplant Institute in Bohol by Representative Aumentado.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2341 establishing a Lung Center of the Philippines in Bohol by Representative Aumentado.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2342 requiring all graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty for environment protection and preservation by Representative Paduano.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 2343 establishing an on-site, in-city, near-city, or off-city local government resettlement program for informal settler families by Representative Paduano.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 2344, strengthening the financing system for agriculture, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
The Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 2345, granting bereavement leave of 10 days with full pay to all employees in the private and public sectors by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2346, institutionalizing a system of effective fund administration of cash donations or humanitarian aid from local or foreign donors and sponsors during natural or man-made disasters, crisis, tragedies, or emergencies by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 2347, establishing a satellite campus of the Eastern Samar State University in Balangiga, Eastern Samar by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2348, institutionalizing the implementation of the government internship program by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2349, increasing the allowances of barangay officials, granting honoraria and other benefits to the barangay workers who have served for at least 1 year by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2350, amending RA 6975, integrating all the provincial and sub-provincial jails within the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology by Representatives Romualdez Yadamari and Isidre.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2351, converting the San Isidro Satellite Campus of the Leyte Normal University in San Isidro, Leyte into a regular campus by Representatives Romualdez Yada Maria, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, and Asidre.
Committee on Justice.
Hi-
Committee on Higher and Technical Education. Session suspended.
Next suspend. Hindi ito.
2351.
Speaker, I move that we suspend the reference of business.
There is a motion to suspend the order of business. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan.
The Minority Leader, Marcelo Libanan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Majority Leader, in behalf of the minority, we would like to read into the records the election of Congressman Gabriel Bordado of Camarines Sur, 3rd District, as member of, as Assistant Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The elected officials of the minority is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the reference of business.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General now is continue to read the following bills and resolution on first reading as well as the messages.
House Bill 2352, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representatives Romualdez Yada Maria and Asidre.
2349.
2352.
The local government.
House Bill 2353, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program by Representatives Romualdez Yada Maria and Asidre.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2354, providing for a Magna Carta of workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy and institutionalizing mechanisms for recognition, integration, and transition to the formal economy by Representatives Romualdez Yada Maria and Asidre.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill 2355, providing for a reliable internet speed connection in the Philippines, institutionalizing minimum speed requirements for compliance of all internet service providers by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2356, strengthening and expanding the professional rights and work incentives of public school teachers by Representative Lacson.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2357, renaming and converting the Baao Community College in Camarines Sur into the Rinconada State College by Representative Villaferte Miguel Luis.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2358, to increase campus security and crime awareness by installing CCTV cameras in all schools by Representative Lacson.
Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2359, providing for the establishment of e-libraries in all public schools in the Philippines by Representative Lacson.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2360, establishing a general hospital in Calamba, Laguna as Calamba City General Hospital by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2361, expanding the coverage of the mandatory basic immunization program and providing a system in the determination of other types of vaccine-preventable diseases, amending the Mandatory Infants and Children Health Immunization Act of 2011 by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2362, defining the crime of child pornography and online sexual exploitation, amending the Anti-Child Pornography Act of 2009 by Representative Hernandez.
Revision of the Flows.
House Bill 2363, establishing the PUP Calamba Campus in Calamba, Laguna by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2364, providing for breast milk collection and storage facilities and regional milk banks, further amending an act providing incentives to all government and private health institutions with roaming in and breastfeeding practices by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2365, strengthening the Filipino youth involvement in agriculture and entrepreneurship by establishing a youth agricultural hub in every province and city by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2366, providing for the permanent validity of the certificates of live birth, death, and marriage issued, signed, certified, or authenticated by the PSA, NSO, and the local civil registries, and the reports of birth, death, and marriage registered and issued by the Philippine Foreign Service Posts by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 2367, strengthening the rights of citizens to information held by the government, institutionalizing open data governance by Representative Hernandez.
Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2368, declaring F. Mercado Street and J.P. Rizal Street in Calamba, Laguna as historical and cultural zones.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2369, converting the Makilala Institute of Science and Technology in Makilala, Cotabato into the Mindanao Indigenous People State College by Representative Cawagdan.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2370, separating the University of Southern Mindanao Quintapawan City Campus in Quintapawan, Cotabato from the University of Southern Mindanao Main Campus in Cabacan, Cotabato, and converting it into the South Central Mindanao State College by Representative Cawagdan.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2371, converting the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology in Aracan, Cotabato into the Cotabato Foundation State University by Representative Cawagdan.
The Committee on Higher Technical Education.
House Bill 2372, banning the production and usage of single-use plastic products nationwide by Representative Barbers.
Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 2373, requiring all national, regional, and provincial government hospitals to establish, operate, and maintain a dialysis ward or unit in their respective hospitals and providing free dialysis treatment to indigent patients by Representative Owano Dizon.
The Committee on Health.
House Bill 2374, institutionalizing the whole-of-nation approach in attaining inclusive and sustainable peace, creating a national task force to end local communist armed conflict, and directing the adoption of a national peace framework by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security and the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity.
House Bill 2375, establishing the Southern Leyte Sports Academy and Training Center in Maasin, Southern Leyte by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 2376, establishing a radio station of the Bureau of Broadcast Services in Maasin, Southern Leyte by Representative Mercado.
Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 2377, establishing the Maasin City TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Maasin, Southern Leyte by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 2378, establishing the Economic Zone in Freeport in Southern Leyte by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade Industry.
House Bill 2379, granting Maasin Cable Television a franchise to construct, establish, maintain, and operate cable television system in Southern Leyte by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 2380, declaring the province of Southern Leyte a tourism zone by Representative Mercado.
The Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 2381, integrating the Southern Leyte Provincial Hospital into the Eastern Visayas Regional Hospital by Representative Mercado.
Committee on Health.
House Bill 2382, promoting open access and data transmission and providing additional powers to the National Telecommunications Commission by Representative Romualdo.
Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
House Bill 2383, instituting a national land use and management policy by Representative Copilar.
The Special Committee on Land Use.
House Bill 2384, providing further opportunities for senior citizens as employees in private entities by granting increased incentives to private entities that employ senior citizens by Representatives Duterte, Yap Eric, Yap Edvic, and Soriano.
Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 2385, further extending the period of implementation of the Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2386, establishing the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities by Representative Enverga.
Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2387, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Special Committee on Food Security.
House Bill 2388, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program by Representative Enverga.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 2389, providing automatic promotion of government officials and employees upon retirement from government service by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 2390, amending the Local Government Code as amended, increasing the benefits of barangay officials by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2391, amending the National Internal Revenue Code by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2392, strengthening the National Building Code of the Philippines by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 2393, providing for the condonation of all unpaid principal, interest, penalties, or surcharges on loans secured by agrarian reform beneficiaries under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 2394, prohibiting merchandising stores and service establishments from charging more than the cash retail price of goods and services purchased with credit cards and prescribing penalties for any violation by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 2395, exempting pledge of personal property covering a loan of money not exceeding 10,000 pesos from documentary stamp tax by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2396, amending the forfeiture law to provide a fixed percentage of the value of forfeited properties in corruption cases as additional funding for the Office of the Ombudsman by Representative Escudero.
The Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 2397, promoting business growth and recovery by reducing the cost of business compliance for micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Escudero.
The Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2398, the Philippine Immigration Act by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2399, banning the reappointment of a regular member of the Judicial and Bar Council who has already served the full term by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Justice.
House Bill 2400, to further strengthen local autonomy through a more rationalized system of decentralization by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 2401, lowering the compulsory retirement age of employees of DepEd from 65 years old to 60 years old by Representative Escudero.
Commission on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 2402, promoting business competitiveness by providing temporary tax relief to single proprietorships, cooperatives, partnerships, or corporations classified as micro, small, and medium enterprises by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 2403, prohibiting any form of interference by national government agencies with the use of the national tax allotment and the locally generated revenues of LGUs by Representative Escudero.
Local Government.
House Bill 2404, providing an increase in an automatic adjustment mechanism, the professional and personal economic relief allowance granted to government employees by Representative Escudero.
Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 2405, institutionalizing a comprehensive social benefits program for uniformed personnel and other qualified auxiliary service members who are killed, wounded, or rendered physically disabled in legitimate actions or operations by Representative Escudero.
Committee on National Defense and Security and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 2406, mandating government officials and employees to execute and submit a written apprehension to examine, inquire, or look into all their deposits and investments, thereby waiving the bank secrecy law. Representative Escudero.
The Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
Resolutions. House Resolution Number 35, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the bereaved family of Ruben Rabe Canoy by Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 36, directing the Appropriate Committee of the House to investigate the alleged violations of ABS-CBN with respect to its branches and the imposition of concomitant administrative fines as a result thereof by the National Telecommunications Commission by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 37, directing the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization to inquire on the joint venture agreements entered into by local water districts and private entities by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 30, directing the proper committee of the House to inquire into the proliferation of substandard products and goods by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 39, directing the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to hear on the necessity of rationalizing the existing rules of the Commission on Audit as regards the prevention and disallowance of irregular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditures or uses of government funds and properties by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 40, directing the Appropriate Committee of the House to inquire on the virtual ban of private publishers in the procurement of supplementary reading, reference, and other instructional materials for public schools in violation of existing laws and regulations by Representatives Marcoleta and Tanchay.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 41, expressing warmest felicitations and congratulations to the Iglesia Ni Cristo on its 108th founding anniversary and celebration by Representative Olivares.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 42, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 43, directing the House Committee on Information and Communications Technology and other appropriate committees to investigate on the recent proliferation of spam and phishing text messages by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 44, urging the DICT, the NTC, the NPC, and the NBI to investigate and take appropriate legal actions against entities liable for misuse of sensitive personal data and against the recent proliferation of spam and phishing text messages by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 45, directing the Committees on Justice and Human Rights to jointly inquire into the implementation of the Anti-Enforced or Involuntary Disappearance Act of 2012, require pertinent reports from implementing government agencies and the Commission on Human Rights, and recommend remedial measures toward the full and strict implementation of the Act by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 46, urging the Committee on Welfare of Children to investigate on the allegations of multiple sexual, verbal, and emotional abuse in the Philippine High School for Arts in Los Baños, Laguna by Representatives Rosas, Castro, Franz, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 47, urging the national government to regain authority over the Panatag Shoal and Kalayaan Island Group amid the measures of China in the West Philippine Sea by Representatives Rosas, Castro, Franz, and Manuel.
To the Special Committee of West Philippine Sea.
House Resolution Number 48, congratulating and commending the Philippine women's football team for winning in the maiden title in 2022 Asian Football Federation Women's Championship held in Manila on July 17, 2022 by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 49, calling the Committee on the Human Rights and Committee on Public Information to immediately investigate the blocking of websites of progressive organizations, independent media, international organizations by the National Telecommunications Commission, National Security Council, former National Security Advisor Mecambenas Esperon Jr., Anti-Terrorism Council, and National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict by Representatives Castro, Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 50, congratulating the players, coaches, and management of the Philippine Women's National Football Team in their victory against Thailand to capture the 2022 Asian Football Federation Women's Championship held at the Rizal Memorial Stadium last July 17, 2022 by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Rules. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 51, congratulating and commending the Philippine Women's Football Team for winning the 2022 AFF Women's Championship title last July 17 at the Rizal Memorial Stadium by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 52, urging the Committee on Transportation and Committee on Labor and Employment to investigate the alleged illegal dismissal and delayed salaries of EDSA carousel bus drivers by Representative Rosas and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 53, congratulating and commending the Philippine Women's Football Team for winning the country's first Asian Football Federation Women's Football Championship by Representative Rosas.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 54, calling to investigate by the Committee of Basic Education and Culture on the failure of the DepEd to effectively and fully implement its programs related textbook and other learning materials and the basic education facilities as found by the 2018 Commission on Audit Observation Report of the Department by Representatives Castro, Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 55, urging the House Committee on Public Accounts and Committee on Basic Education to conduct an urgent investigation of lapses by the DepEd in the utilization of funds for the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan and other observations of the 2020 Annual Audit Report released by the Commission on Audit by Representatives Castro, Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 56, condemning in the strongest terms the profiling of public school teachers committed by the DepEd and urging the Committees on Human Rights and Basic Education and Culture to immediately investigate the violation of the Data Privacy Act of 2012, the guidelines on the right to organize of government employees, the Magna Carta of public school teachers, and other laws by Representatives Castro, Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 57, to inquire on the status of the implementation of the K-12 program by Representative Castro, Franz, Rosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 58, directing the DepEd and DBM to report to the Committee on Basic Education Culture on the non-implementation of the provisions of the Magna Carta for public school teachers on free compulsory medical examination, treatment, and compensation for injuries by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Rules.
House Resolution Number 59, directing the DepEd to report to the Committee on Basic Education on the funding, personal facility, and other requirements of the basic education under K-12 program in light of the results of the 2018 program for international student assessment and 2019 trends in international mathematics and science study by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 60, directing the DepEd to report to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture on its policies on the promotion of teaching personnel by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 61, directing the Department of Budget and Management and DepEd to properly implement the grant of special hardship allowance for the public school teachers as provided by the Magna Carta for public school teachers by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution Number 62, condemning the intelligence in monitoring of members of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers Philippines by the PNP and directing the House of Committee on Human Rights to inquire into the same by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 63, condemning the intelligence monitoring of members of the All-Up Employees Union by the Philippine National Police and directing the Committee on Human Rights to inquire into the same by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 64, directing the DepEd to report to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and its policies in relation to the results-based performance management system by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 65, calling to immediate investigate into the implementation by DepEd of the government assistance to students and teachers in private education, considering the negative observations of the Commission on Audit in 2018 and the subsisting and unresolved issues after the report by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 66, directing the House Committee on Basic Education and Culture to inquire on the guidelines of the DepEd in granting service credits to teachers and permanently removing all conditions, including the 15-day limitation for availment of service credits, by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 67, congratulating and commending the Philippine Taekwondo national team for their achievements in the 2022 Chuncheon Korea Open International Taekwondo Championships by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Wintu.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 68, congratulating and commending Filipino youth athlete Prince Kale de los Santos for bagging 2 bronze medals in the recently concluded Asian Youth and Youth Junior Weightlifting Championships in Tashkent, Uzbekistan by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 69, congratulating and commending Junta Chuki for winning the gold medal in Women's Committee 50-kilogram event at the 2022 World Games in Birmingham, USA by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 70, congratulating and commending Filipino youth athlete Angeline Colonia for bagging 2 gold medals and 1 silver medal in recently concluded Asian Youth and Junior Weightlifting Championships by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 71, congratulating the Philippine Women's National Football Team for winning the country's first ever Asian Football Federation Women's Championship by Representatives Nograles, Margarita, and Ginto.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 72, congratulating the Philippine Women's Football Team for earning the Philippines its inaugural victory at the same 2022 Asian Football Federation Women's Championship by Representative Gasataya.
Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 73, urging the DFWD and the DA in coordination with the NFA to directly buy back palay of the local farmers for the rice subsidy program and to provide additional subsidy to farmers for fertilizer use in farming by Representative Tabes Jose.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Resolution Number 76, condemning in the strongest terms the arrest of Lumad Manobo teacher Gary S. Campos by elements of the Philippine National Police, Caraga, and trumped up charges against him and urging the House through the Committee on Human Rights to investigate the same by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosses, and Manuel.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 77, urging the DepEd to provide COVID-19 special risk allowances for teachers that will participate in face-to-face classes and for the prioritization of teachers for COVID-19 vaccine booster doses by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution Number 78, directing the House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to inquire on the financial management operations of the TESDA in light of the inefficiencies within the agency, fund underutilization, and misreporting of financial data uncovered in 2022 national budget deliberations by Representative Kimbo.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 79, directing the House Committee on Health to inquire on the implementation of the dengue prevention and patient care programs of the Department of Health by Representative Salo.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 80, commending and congratulating Brother Eduardo V. Manalo and the Iglesia ni Cristo on the occasion of its 108th founding anniversary by Representative Acharon.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 81, commending and congratulating the Philippine women's football team for its outstanding performance in winning the 2022 Asian Football Federation Women's Championship by Representative Mercado Revilla.
Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution Number 82 for the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms into inquiring the use of public funds, including the DSWD, AICS, and the DOLE to for the election campaign and vote buying of certain candidates for various positions in the City of Manila in the recently concluded May 2022 elections by Representative Valeriano.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 83, condemning the violations of labor standard laws and labor relations laws of FEMJEG Security Agency against over 100 security guards of the UP Diliman and directing the House Committee on Labor and Employment to investigate into the same by Representatives Castro, Franz, Brosas, and Manuel.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 84 for the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reform to inquire the use of public funds, including the DSWD, AICS, DOLE, TUPAD for the election campaign and vote buying of certain candidates for various positions in the City of Manila in the recently concluded May 2022 elections to craft legislation to address and prevent such concern from recurring and for other related purposes by Representative Valeriano.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 85, strongly urging the Philippine government to ratify the International Labour Organization Convention 190 on Violence and Harassment Convention 2019 by Representative Arenas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Resolution Number 86, urging the Committee on Human Rights to investigate the extrajudicial arrest and detention of 4 activists, Elizabeth Loy Magbanwa, Alipio Ador Duat, Elgin Mungcal, and Maria Elena Cha Cortez Pamposa, 3 of which are women human rights defenders by Representatives Brosas, Castro, Franz, and Manuel.
The Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 87, commemorating the 108th founding anniversary of the Iglesia ni Cristo and commending the leadership of Ka Eduardo V. Manalo and his contributions to the society and the nation building by Representative Sakaluran.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the President. Veto message dated July 29, 2022 of President Marcos on the enrolled House Bill 9030, Senate Bill 1077, establishing the Philippine Transportation Safety Board.
To the Committee on Rules.
Veto message dated July 29, 2022 of the President Marcos on enrolled House Bill 9652, Senate Bill 2520, exempting from income taxation the honoraria, allowances, and other financial benefits of persons rendering service during an election period.
The Committee on Rules. The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to respectfully request that we recognize the guest of Honorable Edwin Olivares, representative of the 1st District of the City of Parañaque, Mr. Joey Cinco of Carson City, California, USA.
So, we're all welcome to the House of the People, to the guest of Congressman Edwin Olivares. Palakpakan po natin ang guest po ni Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that we suspend session.
Session suspended.
Ha? You know, banks, daming pera. Banks, civil fiduciaries.
Excuse ah. kuan kay LMP man ron. LMP ron.
Si Kurt, nagsulat sa dito.
Skirt. Puro tapos sila sa butuan ron. Ah.
Ito si Eric, nakita ko siya.
Kasi throwback. Tingali throwback. Pakabot na dito US.
Thank you so much. Go there.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Gentleman from the 4th District of Leyte, the Honorable Richard Gomez. They are from the Anti-Cybercrime Group, PNP Camp Crame, headed by Deputy Director Colonel Arnel Gongona.
So, you're welcome po, the guests of Congressman Richard Gomez. You're all welcome to the House of the People. Palakpakan po natin ng ating mga guests from the gallery. They're all welcome. Thank you po. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for us to proceed with the additional reference of business. So,
Is there any objection? There is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills and messages for the referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business resolution, House Concurrent Resolution Number 5, Concurrent Resolution providing for the legislative calendar for the first regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines by Representatives Dalipe and Libanan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for suspension for
The
a few
Committee on
minutes.
Rules. The Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker, I move for suspension for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Give me a few minutes.
Majority Leader. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Concurrent Resolution Number 5, the title of which the Secretary General is requested to read. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business and with the title.
Wala na House Concurrent Resolution. House Concurrent Resolution Number 5, Concurrent Resolution providing for the legislative calendar for the first regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution Number 5. But before we do that, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Daza. So move.
The Senior Minority Leader, Paul Daza, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority joins the majority in adopting House Concurrent Resolution Number 5.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my motion to adopt the House Concurrent Resolution Number 5. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the adoption of the additional reference regarding the House Concurrent Resolution Number 5? The chair is none. The resolution number 5 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended.
Naging smoker ko, second hand, passive smoker na rin.
Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to elect the following members to the Committee on Rules as Deputy Majority Leader: Suarez David J.J. As Assistant Majority Leader, Vargas Patrick Michael. To the Committee on Appropriations as Vice Chairperson, Arenas Maria Rachel. As members, Balindong Yasser Alonto, Yudela Antonieta R., Pleito Salvador A. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food as Vice Chairpersons, Cruz Ambrosio Jr., Suarez David J.J. As members, Albano Antonio Tony Petit, Aquino Jose II, Balindong Yasser Alonto, De Venecia Christopher V.P., Unabia Christian S., and Pascual Emerson D. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries as Vice Chairperson, Kua Midi N. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture as Vice Chairperson, Aquino Jose II. As members, Quaresma Luisa Lloren and De Venecia Christopher. To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs as Vice Chairperson, Asistio Dean. To the Committee on Energy as Vice Chairperson, Konghun Jefferson F. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs as members, Arbison Munir Jr. and Vargas Alfonso Baby Alin Vice, Arenas Maria Rachel. To the Committee on Games and Amusement as members, Aquino Jose II S., Balindong Yasser Alonto. To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization as Vice Chairperson, Galios Edsel A. To the Committee on Health as Vice Chairperson, Lagon Daphne A. As members, Quaresma Luisa Lloren and Pascual Emerson D. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education as Vice Chairpersons, Konghun Jefferson F. and Yudela Antonieta R. As members, Adyong Zia Alonto, Aquino Jose II, Balindong Yasser Alonto, and Quaresma Luisa Lloren. To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development as Vice Chairperson, Cruz Ambrosio Jr. C. To the Committee on Human Rights as member, Lagman Edsel C. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology as Vice Chairpersons, Almario Chino Miguel D. and
Asistio Din. As member, Albano Antonio Tony Petti. To the Committee on Justice, as Vice Chairperson, Luistro Jervil R. To the Committee on Labor and Employment, as Vice Chairperson, Yap Christopherson M. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, as members, Singson Richelle Aquino Jose II, Balindong Yasser Alonto, Yudela Antonieta R., Lagun Daphne A., Unabia Christian S., Matugas Francisco Jose Bingo II, Vargas Patrick Michael D. To the Committee on Local Government, as Vice Chairperson, Panaligan Arnan C. and Solon Steve Chongbian. As members, Balindong Yasser Alonto and Pascual Emerson D. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development, as Vice Chairperson, Asistio Din. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development, as member, De Venecia Christopher VP. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, as Vice Chairpersons, Adyong Zia Alonto and Solon Steve Chongbian. As member, Unabia Christian S. To the Committee on Muslim Affairs, as Vice Chairpersons, Arbison Munir Jr. N. and Mastura by Dimple I. To the Committee on National Defense and Security, as Vice Chairperson, Dionisio Ernesto Jr. M. As members, Almario Chino Miguel D. Espina Gerardo Jerry Boy Jr. J. and Adyong Zia Alonto. To the Committee on Natural Resources, as Vice Chairpersons, Manikis Doris E. and Pascual Emerson D. As member, Adyong Zia Alonto. To the Committee on Population and Family Relations, as member, Lagban Edsel C. To the Committee on Public Accounts, as members, Balindong Yasser Alonto and Unabia Christian S. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety, as Vice Chairperson, Pascual Emerson D. As member, Aquino Jose II. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as Vice Chairpersons, Aquino Jose II and Tan Joseph S. As member, Lagun Daphne A. To the Committee on Social Services, as Vice Chairperson, Vargas Patrick Michael D. As member, Yudela Antonieta R. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, as Vice Chairperson, Matugas Francisco Jose Bingo II. To the Committee on Tourism, as Vice Chairpersons, Almario Chino Miguel D., Aumentado Maria Vanessa C., and Matugas Francisco Jose Bingo II. As members, Lagun Daphne A. and Pascual Emerson D. To the Committee on Trade and Industry as member, Udela Antonieta R. To the Committee on Transportation as Vice Chairperson, Asistio Din. To the Committee on Visayas Development as Vice Chairpersons, Lagun Daphne A. and Galios Edsel A. To the Committee on Ways and Means as Vice Chairperson, Jonicio Ernesto Jr. M. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality as Vice Chairpersons, Manikis Doris E. Mastura by Dimple I. Dimaporo, City Amina Q. and Tallado Josefina B. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development as member, Unabia Christian S. To the Special Committee on Bases Conversion as Vice Chairperson, Revilla Ramon Jolo III. To the Special Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development as Chairperson, Tallado Josefina B. To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts as Vice Chairperson, Aumentado Maria Vanessa C. To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity as Vice Chairpersons, Adyong Zia Alonto and Balindong Yasser Alonto. To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens as Vice Chairperson, Pascual Emerson D. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the election of members and vice chair of the different committees? The chair is none. Motion is approved. So the aforementioned members are hereby elected to their respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a couple of minutes.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until tomorrow, Wednesday, August 2. August 3 at 2 p.m.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. So session is adjourned until tomorrow, August 3, 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Recording stopped.